I'm not hearing anything either, Ms. Corea. This is the court reporter.
Morning, Mrs. Corea.
Good morning. Are you hearing me?
You may be on mute, Mrs. Corea.
I can hear Ms. Corea. This is David, the court reporter.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Ramos.
Good morning, Mrs. Corea. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir.
Thank you. I want to go back to the report that we were looking at yesterday in relation to the Customs Department. But before I do, could I just ask you some questions about some of the reports that we've already looked at? You'll remember that we looked at an audit report from 2012 that was auditing the Belonger immigration process, together with a follow-up audit in 2014. The 2012 report had a response from the Department of Immigration. At the time that you were producing those reports, which ministry did the Department of Immigration sit within?
The Premier's office.
Premier's office. And was that the same case in 2014?
Yes,
when
sir.
you went? Now, when you do a report, as you explained yesterday, there's an opportunity to produce a management response. When you do a follow-up audit, do you offer the same opportunity?
Yes, sir.
As internal auditor and as director of the Internal Audit Department, does the remit of the department cover statutory boards?
Yes, in cases where the statutory board receives a subvention from the central government.
You also explained the importance yesterday of having the Internal Audit Advisory Committee established. And one reason for that was that committee is responsible for deciding the audit cycle. Is the Internal Audit Department bound to follow that audit cycle, or can you decide yourselves to audit any other public authority other than those decided but with the committee?
Repeat your question, sir.
You explained that the committee, one of the functions of the committee is to decide on the audit cycle.
The audit plan, correct.
Yes, the audit plan and which public authorities will be audited in a financial year. Now, the director of the Internal Audit Department will sit on that committee. But is there scope for your department to audit bodies in addition to those that form part of the plan? Can you decide for yourselves to go and audit a public authority?
With the committee in place, we would not venture to do that because they're the one that drive our functionality. When the committee was not in place, we would decide to choose audits to be completed, yes.
Thank you. If we go back to part 3, please, of the bundles and page 2346. This is, you'll remember that this was the audit of the partial payment program and courier clearance operations that your department did in 2019 and 2020. So yesterday we looked, the partial payments program was audited in 2019, and then December 2020, you did an audit report which looked at the courier clearance process and brought everything together. And we went yesterday through the first part of the courier declaration process. And I just wanted to take you back to 2346 and just look again at CAPS, which is the Customs Automated Processing System. And you explain at 246 that this system was rolled out on the 1st of November 2016. Now, if you go to 2347, there were a number of deficiencies that your audit revealed in relation to the use of CAPS, some of which we've touched on already, so I hopefully can summarize it. But if we look at one, there was, through CAPS, inadequate monitoring of courier accounts, wasn't there?
Correct, sir.
And if you look to what was recorded was that although CAPS was intended to facilitate reliable trade statistics on which policy decisions can be based, it was not accomplishing that goal. Was that a consequence of the fact that, as you said, the integrity of the information put into CAPS was questionable?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
And was it also a function of a lack of training in how to use CAPS generally?
That is true, sir.
If you go, please, to 2348. Could you see at B there? What's noted in the audit is because proper multi-record declarations are not being made, the calculated duties reflected in CAPS is significantly different from the duties actually collected in the J.D. Edwards receipting systems. So J.D. Edwards is a separate accounting system, isn't it? And it's sometimes, I think, just described as JDE. Is that right?
Correct. That is the accounting system used by central government.
Now, if you I wonder if you could just add a little more detail to that first line. Could you just explain to the commissioner what the consequence was of having significantly different duties being calculated in CAPS as opposed to the JDE system?
Okay, declarations are made in the J.D. Edwards system. In the CAPS system. So therefore, importers would have to import their importations in the CAPS system, which would calculate, based on the rates assigned, the revenues that are to be collected. As I noted to you yesterday, there's a system where deposit declarations are made, which would require a adjustment declaration being made. And then based on the comparison, the revenue would be calculated and paid accordingly. In some instances, those adjustments were not calculated in the system, and they were done manually, and the information was not imported in CAPS. Therefore, when you print out the payment summary from CAPS and you make the payment in J.D. Edwards, you will have a difference.
Thank you. Another deficiency that was noted in relation to CAPS, we find at 2349. And that's at point 3 on that page, which is referring to the lack of integration between CAPS and the JDE system. And the effect, it seems, was that because what was found, there's approximately 90% of the trade declarations in CAPS were not updated with information that was derived from JDE. So in effect, the information that was being held, again, it's an example of the information that's held in CAPS being unreliable, isn't it?
Yes, sir. And if I can explain that a little further too, there are some instances where importation would start as a deposit declaration, and it would end up as a regular import declaration. And again, because where the calculations are made, the two do not marry each other, then you would have discrepancies in the amounts being paid.
And if we sort of put that in layman's terms, the effect is that it's very difficult to understand exactly what someone may owe. And it's also difficult, therefore, to understand whether there are losses to government from revenue.
That is true.
And that's the fact that the system is not being used properly and not worked, and the information being put into it is not reliable, means that it increases the risk, and particularly the risk of government losing out on revenue, doesn't it?
At the end of the day, yes, sir.
And it makes it much harder to actually quantify how much revenue may be lost.
Yes, sir, depending on what calculation is made in the system, yes.
If you go, please, 2349 at 4. I wanted just to ask you again if you could just clarify 4 for the Commissioner. 4 begins, although CAPS was implemented to enable the government of Virgin Islands to obtain accurate and reliable information to inform policy decisions, the audit found that the platform is severely limited in its reporting capabilities. And so what it seems to be is that it wasn't or couldn't be used to actually generate reports. What was the consequence of that, please?
When we did the revision and we were asking for reports, we were told that it is difficult to get reports from the system. And we really could not understand why. But then when we realized the process was being compromised in different areas, it would be difficult to get good reporting from the system, because if the information is not placed in the system, garbage in is garbage out. So it would be difficult to get the information in a reporting form if the information is not put in the system as intended.
If you go to the last 2 lines of point 4, and again, it really speaks to not having the correct information in CAPS, but you give an example that, and I'll read it. It is noteworthy to recognize that when a sample of the declarations were queried for one courier, the officer investigating found numerous other deposit declarations from prior years for which adjustment declarations were not submitted. This fact confirms the likelihood that there are a significant number of declarations in CAPS that were never completed. We suspect that this issue might be pervasive, as other entities outside of couriers also participate in the deposit scheme, and a multi-year issue. So it's the point that's being made is that this problem that CAPS is not being updated with the information. So you don't have, for example, details of adjustment declarations. That applies to other entities other than couriers. So, and it spans a number of years.
That is correct, so because we only looked at the courier processing. Remember, there are importers who import every day from different agencies and different companies. So we didn't incorporate all of those. We only looked at the courier processing. And to add, like it stated there, if the information is inaccurate and incomplete, then you wouldn't get the accuracy out of it and the reliability from the system.
If you go to five on 2340, another deficiency that the audit picked up on was that there was no reconciliation process to ensure that all deposit declarations are cleared with a corresponding adjustment declaration. I think that's something you've explained already. What you also note at 6, which is at 2351, is that the system, and this is the CAPS, does not have the capability to track and monitor the compliance of submissions of adjustment trade declarations. And so there was a 15-day requirement to clear the deposit declaration. So that's the time. You've got effectively just over 2 weeks to put in your adjustment declaration. But CAPS isn't set up to check whether people comply with that time limit. Is that right?
That is correct, sir.
And did the audit find that there was a low level of compliance?
There was, sir.
Is that a consequence of the system itself, or is it a consequence of the way it's being used by customs?
For the most part, I think it's the way that the system is being used by Customs Department. If there is no, if there is no enforcement in utilizing the system as it's intended to, then you would get gross the inadequacies when you actually utilize the system.
If we go to 2352 and just pick up a couple more of the recommendations, deficiencies, forgive me, you've made recommendations as well. You found at 7 that some courier services were not, or it appears that some courier services were not being processed through CAPS at all. Is that right?
That is correct, sir.
And then at 8, you also found that declarations were being wrongly entered into the system. So in those, you'd have declarations entered as deposit declarations, but then changed and cleared as import declarations.
That is
and
correct.
The effect is, as I understand the point, is that that puts revenues at risk.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Corea, if we pull together the various deficiencies that the audit highlighted in relation to the use of CAPS, and those are, not just the ones that we've gone through this morning, but some of the points that you made yesterday in evidence. When your team came to look at this system, it was in December 2020, so 4 years after it had been rolled out. Would a fair summary of the issues highlighted by the audit be that 4 years after it was rolled out, the CAP system was simply not being used in the way it was intended?
That is correct, sir.
And not only was it not being used in the way intended, the way in which it had been used meant that it was unreliable as a system.
That is correct, sir.
And that's fundamentally goes to your point about the importance of preserving the integrity of information.
That is correct, sir.
Which, from a customs perspective, as a revenue generating agency, is a real problem, isn't it? Because they are not in a position to accurately assess how much revenue may be owed, and therefore how much revenue needs to be written off, or how much revenue may be lost.
From an audit perspective, yes, sir.
Let's look at 2355 and your conclusion. What the audit team wrote was this: it's our conclusion that Her Majesty's Customs does not have an adequate system of internal controls in place for the administration of its operations related to courier clearance procedures. The current process is void of clearly established guidelines for both customs officers and courier operators. Although CAPS was implemented to achieve specific objectives, the system is not being utilized in a manner that will achieve those objectives and in a manner that would ensure revenue maximization. The major concessions given to some operators in the manner in which trader declarations can be submitted and approved lays waste to any meaningful reporting on import activities, which will have a direct impact on policy decisions. The current use of standing deposit leaves government exposed to an unnecessary and unacceptably high level of risk of lost revenues. We find that HM Customs have allowed courier operators to dictate the manner in which HM Customs processes are carried out and have become de facto customs officers servicing their business interests. We found the entire process to be starved of adequate resources, particularly at the Beef Island station, where the bulk of courier imports are processed, to effectively execute the clearance and monitoring function for this area. Overall, the facilitation of courier operations within HM Customs requires significant reform in order to be a value-added service to the government. Finally, based on the significant number of issues highlighted in this report and their possible pervasiveness within the operations of Her Majesty's Customs, we find that other areas of the department must be evaluated on an ongoing basis. So is the take-home point from this that whilst Customs can't abandon CAPS, it has in effect got to start all over again with how it uses the system?
That is correct, sir.
And where you, at the end, speak about possible pervasiveness, is that because, is the point that the issues that your audit raised in relation to courier operations are issues that could affect other importers that come through customs?
I missed you there for a minute, so could you repeat? I think I'm having a little technical difficulty this morning.
I think the screen has frozen. We can still hear.
It's asking me to restart my computer. Is it possible I can get that done and continue?
Yes, of course. We'll pause. If you need to log out, and when you log back in again, Mrs. Corea, we'll resume your evidence.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mrs. Corea. I think you're back, and I think we're ready to continue. Mr. Rawat.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mrs. Corea, I hope you can hear me. When we were, before you had technical difficulties, we were looking at the conclusion to the audit report, which is at 2355.
Correct, sir.
And the question I was asking you related to the last sentence in that conclusion. As you'd explained, you were looking at courier processing, or the processing of courier operations. But you refer, or the audit report refers to the possible pervasiveness within operations of Her Majesty's Customs. And the point I was trying to ask of you was the deficiencies that you had identified were deficiencies that impact other areas and other importers. Would that be fair to say?
Correct, because we look exclusively at courier services, sir.
And is that particularly so because CAPS as a system is used across a range of services?
That is correct, sir.
Now, the conclusion was we find other areas of the department must be evaluated on an ongoing basis. Who was going to carry out the evaluation?
Well, we were suggesting that the department do that because they do have an internal audit unit within. So they have the capacity to do that as well.
Right, and so your suggestion was that their internal audit unit would need to start looking at those other areas to see if there were deficiencies.
That is correct, sir.
Do you know, Mrs. Corea, whether Customs did do that?
I'm not sure, sir.
If you go to 2375, if just, this is for the record, I'm not going to take you through it, but you made, as an audit team, 14 recommendations in relation to the courier clearance procedures, 8 further recommendations in relation to the CAP system. And it would seem that overall, the Customs Department gave you a positive response and put a plan in place to try and deal with the recommendations. Is that right?
That is correct, sir.
Who will decide whether you as the audit department can go back and check whether the recommendations have been embedded?
We originally decide, but with the internal audit advisory committee in place, they would also have a part to play in deciding what happens after this stage.
But in your professional judgment, is this one of the audits that would benefit from a follow-up audit?
Indeed, so.
And in terms of a time frame, you completed this audit in December 2020. When would be a suitable time to do a follow-up audit?
12 months, sir.
Just one matter to just raise with you on the recommendations. If you go to 2379, please. One of the, I'll wait until you've got to the page. It's part of their response to your recommendations, 2379. And briefly summarizing it, one of the points that the audit had picked up on was that there were some stations where there was a lack of human resources, which meant that customs officers weren't able to do perhaps as much as might be expected of them. And under agree, disagree, what the response from the Customs Department recorded was the Customs Department has been operating with limited resources human, equipment, and improper facilities. We are asked every year to do more with less. Nevertheless, the Customs Department inspects cargo on a risk-based approach, which is guided by the World Customs Organization framework of standards. To inspect all imported cargo on a daily basis is not practical. Hence, risk management and intelligence are utilized for checks and balances. I'm going to pause there, but it wasn't the recommendation of the audit team, was it, that every single piece of cargo that comes through the ports should be inspected?
That is correct, sir.
What was the purpose of the recommendation or raising the issue?
Because it is the responsibility of the Customs Department to also keep the BVI community safe. And the fact that cargo was being imported without any checks and balances, it is important to do random checks and random checks at the ports for incoming cargo spontaneously. Not that you have to check every piece of cargo.
But in order to do a random check, you need enough human resources to carry out random checks.
That is correct, sir.
And the limited resources issue doesn't of itself answer, does it, the difficulties that you uncovered with the CAP system?
Repeat, sir?
The fact that Customs has limited human resources is not a complete answer to the deficiencies that you identified with CAPS. That's more about how CAPS is used and the training that is given in the use of CAPS, isn't it?
That is true, sir.
Because if officers were properly trained in CAPS and understood the importance of recording accurately information in CAPS, it would become a much more useful and efficient tool.
That is correct, sir.
Thank you. Can I stop there now? And I just want to go to a different report, which is in a different bundle. It's in your part 1 bundle at 852.
I have it,
Have
sir.
you got it's the Petty Contract Administration report covering the years 2007 to 2010, and the report itself was finalized in April 2012. Do you have that one?
All right.
If we go, please, to 856. Just again, so that we can have the context. Paragraphs 2.2 and 2.3, the audit report sets out the background to the petty contract system, and I'll just read that out. The petty contract system is a widely used system implemented by the government of the Virgin Islands in an effort to expedite and facilitate the execution of minor works and to procure various professional services. A petty contract could be for civil works like building a small piece of road, painting a building, etc., and for supplying goods like stationery, furniture, and services such as architectural and project management. According to the Public Finance Management Regulations 2005, the petty contract limit was increased from $60,000 to $75,000. This limit was again increased through statutory instrument number 28 of 2007 to $100,000. The Public Finance Management Regulations also gives Cabinet discretionary powers to waive the required tender process for the procurement of goods and services exceeding $100,000. Over the years, the petty contract system has evolved as the favored method of undertaking projects, both minor and major. This was pointed out in the draft report on financial procurement and government system in the government of the British Virgin Islands by the Foreign and Commonwealth Office Internal Audit Unit report of 2002, whereby it was identified that the dual carriageway was executed using some 90 petty contracts. In addition, there is a noticeable trend whereby it appears the contracting process is becoming more and more decentralized, as ministries are increasingly using petty contracts for works. This review seeks to explore the petty contract process within the various ministries to verify if consistency exists in the overall petty contracting administration. And if we look on the same page at 5.1 and 5.2, the audit report then sets out the 2 audit objectives: to give assurance that there is consistency in the execution of the petty contract process across ministries, and secondly, to determine whether ministries maintain adequate systems of internal control over the petty contract process. I'm going to pause there, Mrs. Corea, and just ask you to help us with this. This is an audit where it appears the audit team is looking at the use of petty contracts across a number of ministries. In circumstances like that, where you're looking at more than one public body, would you expect a management response from each body?
Yes, sir.
So they will all have an opportunity to respond?
Yes, sir.
If we go to 857, please, the next page. Under limitations, it's recorded, the review was severely limited due to the lack of project documentation prior, during, and after the execution of the projects. This lack of documentation required the review team to largely depend on interviews with personnel from the respective ministries in determining project scope and objectives. Now, did you, I appreciate what I'm asking you to go back a number of years, but can you recall at all why there was a lack of project documentation?
Because it was a practice that poor documentation was kept. I can't find any other reason as my memory takes me, but that's the only reason that we found that there was a level of poor documentation being kept in ministries.
So within ministries at the time of the audit, when they were doing projects which were mediated through the use of petty contracts, what came across as a trend was that the project documentation was not being maintained and retained within the ministry.
That is one factor, sir.
Are there any other factors that go to the lack of project documentation?
Lack of human resources within ministries to actually administrate these programs.
To bring that together, from your recollection, you'd suggest that a lack of human resources meant that there was a lack of or a tendency not to retain project documentation.
Correct, sir.
And from an auditor's point of view, is that a surprise?
No, sir.
Why isn't it a surprise?
Because we have found that throughout a lot of ministries, the lack of human resources to actually maintain and administrate functional areas within the ministries.
If we look at 9.1 on the same page, That's the facts and findings section, the start of it. You make a point that we ought to put on the record, that the following findings represent general notable observations that were evident during the course of the review. All findings do not necessarily apply to all ministries. However, they are mentioned in the report because of the prevalence of their occurrence within a significant number of ministries. It is our hope that each ministry will evaluate their petty contract administration process against the finding of this report and make the necessary changes required to improve any deficiencies. Now, how the report then tackles your facts and findings is that it's set out in terms of the cycles of a project. And the first one is project inception. And what's noted at 9.2 is that the review revealed 3 main ways in which projects are conceived across ministries. The first method of project conception stems directly from government's agenda, which is then appropriately budgeted and funded. The second is through requests made by members of the House of Assembly, which token sums are provided for in the budget. Finally, projects are sometimes conceived through an identified need by the ministry, for which, if funding is not available, these projects are funded through supplementary appropriations. I'll come back to that, but although these may be accepted conception methods, the review team in most instances found no documentation on project files indicating how projects were conceived or what the objectives of the projects were. Based on the lack of adequate documentation of objectives, it's difficult to determine whether value for money is achieved and whether the project yielded the desired outcome. Now, firstly, supplementary appropriations, does that mean that the ministry is having then to go back to the House of Assembly to get additions to the budget?
That is correct, sir.
And in terms of a lack of documentation, does this hark back to points that you've made in relation to other reports that we've looked at, that the absence of documentation doesn't allow for objective assessment of whether a project has delivered on its goals, and nor do you have any way of measuring whether it has delivered on its goals?
That is correct, sir.
So from an auditor, a question for an auditor would be, does the subject matter of your audit deliver value for money? And where you don't have the documentation, it's a difficult question to answer, isn't it?
It is so.
What at 9.3 you explain is the first phase of the project life cycle is inception, and it relates to understanding the project scope and objectives and getting enough information to confirm that the project should proceed or to convince management that it should not. And so what's important does it come to this, is the question, is there documentation which allows an understanding of the basis on which the project was either rejected or approved?
That is correct, sir.
What you say, though, at 9.4 is, although not adequately documented in project files, the review team was able to discern through interviews that the project inception process is highly driven by the political establishment and not by an overall strategically formulated plan for district and territorial development. It was found that the majority of minor projects are being conceived at the district level with little consideration to a territorial development mandate. Such a segmented approach to project inception, we believe, may have significant adverse effects on the national development, as district development may not coincide with national interests, as projects may be conceived to promote political agendas of district representatives. Now, you mentioned interviews. Which were these interviews with members of staff within the ministries themselves?
That is correct, sir.
And stepping back, what there wasn't in terms of use of petty contract. There wasn't projects didn't fit into a territory-wide scheme. It was each ministry would develop its own projects without reference to any others. Is that right?
Yes, sir. And like indicated, it would be at the district level and not from a territorial scheme as indicated before.
At 9.5, you say this. In addition, this segmented approach may be a direct consequence of the territory's system of district-based representation, whereby 9 of the 13 representatives are elected at the district level. As such, the impetus for these representatives is to primarily satisfy the developmental needs and interests of their respective districts, rather than the needs of the nation/territory. This condition is further complicated when the district representatives are appointed to a ministerial office. For example, during this exercise, we have found that ministries have taken on projects that are outside the scope of their ministerial mandate, with the only seeming connection being that the minister responsible for that ministry is also the representative for the district in which the project is being undertaken. This practice was found to be counterproductive, as the ministry's resources are being distracted from achieving its core objectives. So does that mean, did the audit reveal that effectively ministerial overstretch, that more than one ministry was engaged in activities which fell outside the purpose of that ministry?
That is correct, sir.
And at least from a perception level, that creates the perception that it's not being done for a good reason, but rather to promote a particular agenda. Is that right?
That is correct, sir.
If we go to 9.6 on page 859, the next stage in the project life cycle, as identified in the audit, is contractor selection and contract award. And at 9.6, what the review records is that there was no set criterion across ministries for contractor selection and subsequent awarding of contracts. In the absence of such criterion, the process of selecting contractors lacks equity and transparency. And so what there wasn't was one set of criteria that all ministries were using when selecting contractors.
Correct, sir.
The review says at 9.61, through interviews, it was determined that in most cases, contractor selection is greatly influenced by the members of the House of Assembly, and in particular, the representative for the district for which the works are to be executed. The review again found no criteria for the basis of members' selection of the contractor, other than, in most cases, the contractor resides in the member's constituency/district. The lack of a criteria-based selection process was found to be of great concern, as the risk is significant that unsuitable contractors may be selected to execute works that exceed their competency levels, resulting in inefficient and unacceptable project outcomes. You note at 9.62, or the review does, that the Public Finance Management Regulations 181 mandates that the Financial Secretary, quote, shall maintain a list to be approved by the Minister of pre-qualified contractors for the procurement of services, including construction works, end quote. And what your review showed was that such a list hadn't been produced, neither by the Ministry of Finance nor by the other ministries. So although the Financial Secretary was required to have such a list, as of the time of the audit, April 2012, no list existed. Is that right?
That is correct, sir.
And did any of the ministries that you audited have their own lists?
No, sir.
And what the review notes is that as a result, there is no record of any assessment done to determine the suitability of a contractor to carry out the contracted works. Now, does that mean that, certainly at least at the time of the audit, there was a complete lack of transparency as to how ministries were appointing contractors to take on petty contracts.
That it was so, yes.
What the review says at 9.7 is before the issuance of a contract, the contractor is required to submit valid certificates of good standing from the Inland Revenue Department and the Social Security Board. Do you know whether that's still a requirement, Mrs. Corea?
As far as I'm aware, it is.
And what then records is that the review team found numerous instances whereby certificates were granted by the Inland Revenue Department with outstanding sums owing. The review team also found these certificates to be inadequate in providing information on which a decision in awarding contracts can be based, as the details of amounts owing and duration is not communicated to the ministries. This requirement was put in place as a control to ensure that contractors were in fact fulfilling their tax obligations, and those who were not would not benefit from government contracts during the period of non-compliance. However, this control has been rendered ineffective as contractors are issued good standing certificates and awarded contracts while taxes, which may be substantial, are owed for extended period of time. In terms of a deficiency, when you refer to numerous instances, was that numerous instances found across a number of ministries?
Yes, sir.
And in terms of this as a problem, did the problem lie with the Inland Revenue Department not carrying out due diligence when deciding to issue a certificate of good standing?
I don't understand your question, sir.
As I understand the point that's made at 9.7, the Inland Revenue Department would issue a certificate of good standing even though someone might owe taxes.
Within the good standing certificate, it indicates that they owed monies on their taxes. So even though they have the certificate, it identifies that the person being issued the certificate has a sum of monies owed, but it would not indicate how much and for what period of time.
And so when that appears on a certificate of good standing, was the audit team's expectation that that's something that the ministry ought to follow up
Yes.
with the Inland Revenue?
Yes, sir.
And that's as part of a due diligence exercise before awarding a contract?
That is correct, sir.
Thank you. If we go then to 8.860, the next page, please. (9.9), you consider, and the audit review considers, the next part in a project cycle, and that is project execution and management. And what's said at 9.9 is, over the years, a discernible trend has emerged whereby the project execution and management function has become somewhat decentralized, with each ministry executing and managing its own projects. This situation has arisen due to the lack of capacity within the Public Works Department to adequately perform such function for the ministries in a timely manner. As a consequence of this apparent decentralization of this function, the finance and planning officers within the ministries have been tasked with performing these functions. However, in most instances, they too lack the necessary capacity and technical competencies to adequately carry out these functions, as their areas of training and expertise do not encompass project management. As a result, proper project management practices are sometimes inadvertently neglected or overlooked in an effort to execute projects. The review continues at 9.10. Although project management is an integral component of the finance and planning officer's job function, the review found that these individuals admittedly do not possess the requisite background or training in project management to adequately and sufficiently provide the level of competency required to perform the function. Indeed, it is observed that the finance and planning officers focus primarily on the financing aspects of the project undertaken, rather than the management of the works and efficient execution of the project. This situation may be a direct consequence of the upgrading of the finance officer post to that of finance and planning officer without any consideration given to skill set and competencies of the position holders. Given the practice of the finance and planning officers being named as supervising officers in contracts, it is of utmost importance that these individuals possess the necessary skills in order to fulfill their responsibilities. And so, was this such a situation that had just evolved in that because the Public Works Department couldn't deliver a service, ministries took it upon themselves to do so, and then the next step was just to upgrade the job description of finance officer to finance and planning officer, but without really putting training in place?
I would say not because the Public Works Department could not provide. I think it was updated to improve the ministries in terms of giving them the opportunity to add value to the ministry and the execution of the services of the ministry. So they would work in conjunction with the Public Works Department, but have that skill set at the ministerial level. Because since each ministry was responsible for a number of departments, that skill would be passed on to those departments that will be doing project management as well.
And so did you find instances where there were projects where a ministry was working together with the Public Works Department?
Correct.
And did you find instances where a ministry would try and draw on the expertise within the Public Works Department?
That is correct, sir.
But in terms of the expertise within the ministries itself, and essentially project management had become a job for the finance and planning officer, hadn't it?
Correct.
Did the review find that finance and planning officers were adequately prepared to become project managers?
No, sir. But in some cases, some officers were given requisite training.
Was that the majority of officers, or was that a minority?
I would say a minority, sir.
If we look at the next page at 9.12, please. Sorry, 9.11. Let's look at that. What the review noted was that because of this apparent decentralization of the functions and the lack of necessary competencies within some ministries, ministries have resorted to acquiring the technical capacity by engaging third-party consultants to perform these functions. However, this in itself raises significant control issues, as some ministries have engaged in the practice of hiring one consultant to carry out multiple facets of the project management cycle, neglecting basic control mechanisms that are necessary to protect government's interest and to ensure value for money on projects. For example, in multiple ministries, third-party consultants were given the project design, project pricing, and project management functions. Such a practice virtually eliminates the primary control of separation of duties. Could you elaborate on that point at all, Mrs. Corea? Why is separation of duties important in terms of project management?
When you don't have separation of duties, any function can breed fraud. So it is important that you have a separation of duties when one function is dependent on the other, especially when there's a level of reconciliation and certification being provided.
If you look at 9.12, what's written there is the project execution plan is considered to be the roadmap which the project team uses to deliver the agreed upon project outputs. This document establishes the methodology, tasks, and milestones necessary to execute, monitor, and accomplish the project objectives within the specified time frame and at cost. However, the review found the development and use of these plans to be non-existent across all ministries. We believe the absence of such plans greatly affects the outcome of projects as a systematic approach to the execution is not taken. Now, in terms of a project execution plan, that's a single document that sets out the timeline of the project and costings, etc. Is that right?
That is correct, sir.
And is that something that as an auditor you expect to see even when you're dealing with a petty contract?
That is correct, sir.
And that was not an approach, at least in April 2012, you found in place across ministries?
No, sir.
What you also noted in relation to payment was that there were instances where some ministries issued payment, but no evidence was available, such as progress reports, outlining the percentage of works completed to support the payment approval form. And you continue at 913.1, that there was a well-established trend existed whereby ministries issued advance payments to contractors at the commencement of the contract without seeking approval from the Financial Secretary as required in Section 184 of the Public Finance Regulation 2005. And what you established as part of the audit, and this was as part of interviewing, that advance payments were issued because contractors didn't possess the financial resources to commence the works and to provide an allowance to those contractors if they needed to procure materials from overseas. But what the audit noted was that such explanations were unreasonable because contractors should be financially capable of completing the deliverable of the contract, and government should only pay for earned value in a project. And that process or practice of advance payments exposed, the report notes, government to risk because contractors receive the advance payment but may still not be able to fulfill the contract. And what you note is that this practice, based on the number of petty contracts that are awarded by government, requires government to expend significant amounts of money without receiving any immediate value. So the point that the practice of making advance payments to contractors to allow them to be able to begin the work, particularly if you're using a lot of petty contracts, was poor practice because it exposes government to unnecessary risk.
It does so.
And Mrs. Corea, the risk is, the risk can be looked at in a number of ways. One is obviously a risk to the money that you're paying out, but doesn't it also increase the risk of ending up with an incomplete project?
Yes. And
Thank
also
you.
the value of the product, the value of the project at completion stage.
Yes.
Did you find instances where contractors had been paid the full amount before the work had been completed?
I can't recall at this time.
If you go to 862, we'll just quickly deal with the final stage of the project cycle, which is project closeout. That's at 9.15. And it's described as the administrative procedure associated with the end of the business agreement with the contractor and the government, and the archiving of documents in the project file. And it should occur after the contractor has successfully completed contract performance and been compensated, or when the contract is terminated for default or convenience. And what's a feature of that is that all required sign-offs should have been completed. Now, I think if we look at 9.15.1, you refer to project management guidelines, which form a part of the public finance management laws. But does it come to this, that those guidelines were just not being followed in April at the time of the audit? There was no formal closeout procedure that had been implemented across ministries. That's right, isn't it?
That is correct.
no procedures had been implemented in terms of a formal handover and having a handover process.
That is correct, sir.
And there was no final evaluation conducted before final payments were made and the project handed over. So there's no evaluation of what the quality of the work done before the job finishes.
That is correct, sir.
If we go to 8.63, please. Under the heading Audit Concerns, the report highlights a number of issues. Firstly, at 10.1, as part of the contracting process, contractors are required to present a valid trade license before a contract can be issued. In all the contracts reviewed, compliance was met with this condition. However, a trend existed whereby licenses are being issued and renewed days before the contract is issued. In some instances, based on our examination of trade licenses, it is evident that some trade licenses were submitted after the contracts were executed. Additionally, although not specifically related to the stated objectives, there is some concern with regard to the process and criteria for the issuance of construction trade licenses, as in some cases, the competencies of some contractors towards executing the deliverable of the contract are questionable by personnel within the ministry issuing the contract. Could you just explain that last sentence, please? Where the reference to questionable by personnel within the ministry, what does that mean?
Remember, the ministry is undertaking project management. And if the finance and planning officers are required to oversee such management of projects, and they don't necessarily have the expertise to do so, when contractors are selected, and as you would see in the report, for the most part, they were selected by the district representatives to do the work because the work was being done in the particular districts. There is a question in asking whether those contractors are indeed competent enough to carry out those specific works. So it would have those questions and concerns at the ministerial level.
But the problem for the project management officer, the person in the ministry, is that they were not the person ultimately deciding which contractors should get the should get the work. That was being by district representatives or ministers. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
At 10.2, the review says this: although the public finance management regulation requires contractors to be selected from a pre-qualified list, some ministries are unaware of this requirement. Further, the majority of the ministries do not maintain a list of qualified contractors. Now, firstly, that list should be held under the management regulation by the Ministry of Finance, shouldn't it?
Correct, sir.
And as we've already looked at the time of the report, the Ministry of Finance did not have such a list.
That is correct, sir.
Nor does it seem that ministries or the majority of ministries didn't have their own list of pre-qualified contractors.
That is correct, sir.
And so these contractors were, as you said, they were being chosen by district representatives in the main. So they were just being chosen by, not by the project manager, and also by criteria that you could not identify.
That is, sir. That is correct, sir. Arbitrarily, yes.
Arbitrary selection.
Yes.
And from an auditor's point of view, why would that give you concern?
Given the requirements of the works to be carried out, if you don't have the competency to actually execute the works, it would mean that we put ourselves at risk in terms of the quality of work we will be receiving, and the value will just not equate to it.
If we look at 10.3, the report says this: as previously mentioned in this report, some ministries have engaged the services of consultants to assist in the execution of project services. From a general stance, the review team does not have a problem with ministries taking this course of action. However, there are concerns with regard to the creation of inequitable conditions, particularly in the pricing of projects through such arrangement. Based on research, the government of the Virgin Islands, through the Ministry of Communication and Works, has approved a listing of agreed prices by which the Department of Public Works must use in preparing bills of quantities. However, it was not found that consultants are required to use this price listing when preparing bills of quantities. So the third-party consultants could use their own price listing without reference to the Public Works Department.
Yes, sir.
Which runs the risk of some projects being overpriced by a third-party consultant.
That is correct, sir.
The last point that is made under audit concerns is at 10.4. And it's the last but one, actually, but it says tendering is a critical activity in capital works projects and is normally the accepted means of obtaining a fair price and best value for undertaking construction works. Additionally, tendering can be used to filter out the most suitable contractor by assessing each tender's financial and technical capabilities in order to determine their ability to fulfill the requirement of the project. Recognizing these benefits, the government has accepted this process into its public finance management procedures. Likewise, it is known that the tendering of projects may not always be the most suitable option. As such, a provision was made to allow the tendering process to be waived. Now, does the fact that this comes under audit concern mean that from the audit team's point of view, there was a concern over the use of petty contracts to avoid tendering?
That is correct, sir.
And could you just elaborate on why that is a concern for you as an internal auditor?
Okay, I'll give you an example in layman terms. You have a project that's maybe $500,000 in value, and that project consists of 100. You're doing a retaining wall and you have 100 feet. And instead of using a contractor to do the work, you separate it into petty contracts so that each contractor can get a portion of that wall or a portion of that project. And in so doing, you select your own contractors because you're doing it at the district level. So you have, say, 6 contractors assigned, and you separate the project into 6 petty contracts. The question remains, are the contractors proficient in carrying out those works? Do they have the competency to do that? One, do they actually have the financial, the equity to actually complete the works? So you risk the value in terms of costing because you have a cost factor in terms of the petty contracts being split up now. And 2, the integrity of the product at the end of the project execution exercise. What is the actual quality of the works that was completed? So there's an imbalance, and that's a risk that you take in terms of your value for money of these different projects.
And if you go to page 864 at 10.5, the point that you've just made is also set out there, isn't it? Because it's a concern over the use of contract or project splitting. And what's recorded is, and I'll read this bit, we have noticed the well-established practice of projects being split into multiple parts, valued at less than the major contract requirement. This practice, we believe, presents considerable risks as ministries can circumvent the tendering process completely. Furthermore, this practice is erroneously applied as, it is our assertions that the financial regulation specifically provides for the waiving of the procurement of goods and services that would collectively exceed $100,000 and does not provide for the goods and services to be split in order to circumvent this requirement. So is the point being made that there is a process if you want to waive a tender process, there is a way to do it within the regulations, and doing it by way of contract splitting, getting around the need to tender by way of contract splitting, brings, as you've explained, Mrs. Corea, additional risk to government revenue.
That is correct, sir.
Can I take you to page 865, please? The recommendations that were made are set out there, and they come to 12 recommendations. I just wanted to highlight one of them at 11.3. What recommendation was made was that a systematic approach to project conception be adopted. It's further recommended that this approach be guided by a national development plan or mandate and not a district mandate. And what's also said then at 4 is recommended that transparent criteria and process be developed to guide contractor selection. Now, and then you recommended a review be undertaken to pre-qualify contractors in order to fulfill the requirements of the Public Finance Management Regulations 181. Now, all of these recommendations, and we see this at page 869, were agreed, and it was sent to the Financial Secretary. We see that at page 868, and they're all marked as agreed. I'll come back to one of the recommendations in a moment, but once that's done, in terms of what happens next, is it out of the hands of the Internal Audit Department? Unless you do a follow-up audit.
That is correct, sir. Because it is not dependent on the ministries to implement what the recommendations dictate, once they have agreed with them.
I see. I once said I'd come back to a recommendation. And I want to highlight 2 recommendations. The first is that at 11.8, what the audit team said was, due to the potential risk created as a result of the political influence on the process, the following recommendations are provided as mitigating controls. First, that a right to audit clause be developed and inserted in all construction contracts with specific characteristics such as record retention time standards, accessibility to staff and suppliers, timeliness of response to audit engagement announcements, availability of space for auditors. So was that recommendation intended to go to the ability for a ministry to ask your department to come on site and conduct an audit?
Correct, in a consultant capacity.
And what's also then recommended, and this was one that was agreed, what's also recommended is an anti-kickback or non-bribery clause to be inserted in all construction contracts. And some suggestion was the wording that was proposed. No monetary payments were made or other services were rendered to influence the evaluation or contract award process. And the last recommendation that was put forward to reduce political influence or the risk of it was a conflict of interest disclosure be required. So a conflict they might have in the execution of the contract. So these recommendations were in relation to petty contracts, weren't they?
Yes, sir, they were.
I said I would just deal with one more. I just want to draw your attention to 866.
Before you go there, Mr. Rowett, page 871, Mrs. Corea, this is the management response to your recommendations. And as Mr. Rowett said, 11.8.2, which is the recommendation that there's an anti-kickback or non-bribery clause be inserted in construction contracts. And the response is, as he said, agree. But there's then this sentence, and I think this seems to be a but. It says, inclusion of this admits there is a problem. Yes, sir. I mean, that does seem like a but to the agree, but in any event, that's what it says.
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes, thank you.
And the I think the last recommendation it's worthwhile drawing attention to is at 11.12 at 866. Because what was recommended by the Internal Audit Department was that the government seek a legal opinion as to the legality of splitting projects into smaller components and awarding petty contracts without first seeking and receiving Cabinet's approval. Do you know offhand, Mrs. Corea, whether such a legal opinion was obtained?
Just before you answer that, could we go to page 873?
Yes.
Again, this is the management response, which may help us.
Yes.
The management response was again agree, but in their comments that this is already established.
And can I just to pick up on that though, if the management response came from the financial secretary, was that just one management response, or would you have expected to have others from individual ministries as well?
Yes, sir. And Commissioner, you are right with that on 873. That is what the state is.
So that suggests that there is already a legal opinion which says that you can legally split projects into smaller components and award petty contracts without first seeking Cabinet's approval. That's how I understand it.
And this was in 2012. May 2012 that you got the response from the financial secretary. Who was the financial secretary in 2012? Can you remember?
Neil Smith.
Neil Smith. Let's just finish this with your back at 866, just with the conclusion that the report has. And this is at 12. So 12.1, you say the petty contract process has emerged as a significant tool in the way in which government undertakes development works. The petty contract process has provided significant opportunities for the government to stimulate economic activities within the territory, as well as to allow for a greater number of persons to directly participate in the development of the territory. Petty contracts also represent a significant expenditure for the government. As such, there needs to be adequate processes, policies, procedures, and controls in place to ensure that transparency and equity exist in the process. As it is currently being administered, the petty contract process lacks the necessary transparency administration that would promote good governance. Many projects within the Virgin Islands have been undertaken using petty contracts. However, because of the lack of properly defined objectives that would have been required had the project been put to tender, there is some doubt as to whether these projects have fulfilled their intended objectives. And the report concludes, the project management guidelines, which form a part of the Public Finance Management Act and regulations, provide a sound foundation on which projects should be planned and managed. The detailed process outlined in this document, we believe, provides adequate controls to provide reasonable assurance that the objectives of each project are achieved. So looping it back to what I was asking you at the beginning with the absence of project documentation, and the concluding sentence of 12.1, it's that absence of project documentation from start to finish that means that from an audit point of view, it's difficult to make an objective assessment as to whether an object has fulfilled, a contract has fulfilled its objective.
That is correct, sir.
And the 12.2, and correct me if I've misunderstood this, but what the internal audit department is there proposing is that if the project management guidelines are followed, that would introduce controls into the system that would mean that it would begin to diminish the deficiencies that the audit had identified.
That is correct, sir.
So there was already, in effect, an answer or a guide that project managers within ministries ought to have been following.
That is correct, sir.
Thank you. Commissioner, can I suggest a short 5-minute break? I'm going to come on to the final report next, and we perhaps would give Mrs. Corea a short break.
Yes, certainly.
And the stenographer.
Yes, 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Good. Yes, Mr. Rowett.
Thank you for coming back, Mrs. Corea. We're going to go to part 3 of the bundle, please, which and page 3050.
I'm there, sir.
Thank you. This is the Internal Audit Department's draft audit report on the COVID-19 stimulus, and it's dated October 2020. I just wanted to check the date with you, please, because if you go, for example, to page 3062, you can see that there's reference in the middle there to dates to March 9th, 2021.
Correct.
And so, does it follow that this report has sort of been updated by the Internal Audit Department over time?
Correct. The report started on October 2020. So we finished it in May 2021. So that date was actually supposed to be changed, sir. Sorry about that.
Yes, that's very helpful. So the date on the front of the report should read May 2021.
Correct, sir.
And when it's recorded as draft audit report, does it mean the same as other audit reports in that you sought a management response, but you didn't get one?
That is correct, sir. In this case, with this report, because we were just finalizing the report, we did not have an exit interview with the client, which would have been the Premier's office and the Ministry of Finance. However, the report was issued to the Financial Secretary, and I think, if I recall correctly, a response in form of a memorandum was received, I think, yesterday.
I see. Well, can we look at the report itself? And first of all, let's start with the introduction, which explains the purpose of the report, and that's at 3052. And helpfully, again, there is background and context to the purpose of the report. So the introduction says, and I'll read it, this report provides an update to the Minister of Finance, and by extension, the Cabinet, on the execution and process of the government's economic response and stimulus in combating the social and economic consequences to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. The report evaluates select programs against policy documents and guidelines as approved, where available, to provide limited assurance that the programs were executed as designed and in a manner that promotes accountability, transparency, and equity in the distribution of funds. The report does not intend to assert or imply any opinion on the economic impact of the grant funds expended / distributed. And then by way of background, the report explains that on May 28, 2020, the Premier of the Virgin Islands, the Honourable Andrew Foy, delivered a message to the Territory entitled Phase 2 of the Economic Response Plan, Social Protection and Economic Stimulation in COVID-19. And as the report explains, the Premier gave details in that statement of a $62.9 million economic response plan, which was funded by central government and the BVI Social Security Board. And the plan broke down as follows. There was 40 million as a grant from BVI Social Security Board, which then split as follows. $10 million for COVID-19 unemployment relief, which was to be administered by the Social Security Board. $6.5 million as SME grants. And SME is small to medium enterprises, isn't it?
That is correct, sir.
1 million for hotel accommodation and quarantine stimulus. 2 million as support to daycares, private schools and religious organisations, 2 million support to agriculture and fisheries, 1 million for traffic transformation and transportation, and it's put in brackets, park and ride, stroke, quarantine, bus service, close brackets, 7.5 million national health insurance, 9 million for housing repair assistance, and 1 million for social assistance. So that was the 40 million grant from the Social Security Board. In addition, there was 17 million for the BVI Social Security Affordable Home Construction Project, 2 million as a grant to assist with infrastructure, and 3.9 million just under the heading Other Assistance. So that was the total of 62.9 million. And am I right to understand that of that 62.9 million, 57 million came from the Social Security Board?
Correct, sir.
If we go to page 3053, what your report says is the cadre of initiatives included 6 programs that are considered social protection programs. And those have been designated with the letter S, and 6 which can be considered economic stimulus in nature, and they're designated with the letter E. And those are those designations attributed by the Internal Audit Department?
Yes, so based on the information that we received.
And the report continues, although all programs are hoped to have some level of economic impact, this distinction was made in order to better assess the desired outcome of each program based on its intended function. It then continues to promote transparency and accountability in the distribution of these funds. The Premier charged the internal auditor, Director of Internal Audit, to provide monthly reports to the Minister of Finance for transmission to Cabinet. This directive from the Premier did not provide any scope limitations or expectations to inform the internal auditor's work, and as such, the internal auditor exercises full discretion in the assessment of the programmes. The assessment of the government's COVID-19 response is limited to the following 5 programmes administered by central government. And so, does it follow that in order to carry out the function that had been allocated to you as internal auditor, you selected 5 of the programs to assess and review? Is that right?
That is correct.
And 4 of those programs would come under economic stimulus, 1 under other assistance, and they were the small medium enterprises grants, the support to daycares, private school and religious organisation, the support to agriculture and fisheries, traffic transformation and transportation, and other assistance.
I'm sorry, just pausing there, Mr. Rowett, because those have been designated by the Internal Audit Department, and the ones that have been designated economic stimulus are the SME grants, the support to agriculture and fisheries, and traffic transformation and transportation. Those are economic stimulus, and there are 2 designated social protection programs. That's support for daycares, private schools and religious organisations, and other assistance.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks.
Yeah. Taking you back, though, the Internal Audit Department was charged with providing monthly reports to the Minister of Finance for transmission to the Cabinet. Was that something that the Internal Audit Department was able to do?
Repeat your question, sir.
If you look at the middle paragraph on that page, it says that the Premier charged the Internal Auditor to provide monthly reports to the Minister of Finance for transmission to Cabinet. My question was that something that the Internal Audit Department was able to do?
No, sir.
Why were you unable to do it?
We did not receive any additional information to do the review, sir.
we'll come back as we go through the report to what information you were provided with, but what on that page the report does say is, in fulfilling this mandate, the internal auditor formulated the following criteria by which to assess each program. 1, policy paper was developed and approved for each program. 2, each program has established measurable outcome or targets for the monies invested, especially those geared towards economic stimulus as the primary purpose. 3, the program has established an eligibility criterion that was publicly distributed. 4, each program has established clear evaluation criteria to review applications. And then if we go over the page, 5, each program has established mechanisms to communicate final decisions to applicants, whether approved or denied, and reasons for denial if necessary. 6, eligibility and evaluation criterions were applied in a consistent manner where deviations occurred, and such reasons are appropriately documented. So is that then effectively the list, if you like, of benchmarks by which you as internal auditor would assess these programs?
That is correct, sir.
These were the questions that the audit team would have in mind when looking at the information that was provided to it.
That is correct, sir.
Or indeed when deciding what information should be requested.
Indeed, sir.
We're now on page 3054, and just to summarize the paragraph that is headed, or it's immediately underneath the heading, it's stimulus overview. And we can do that by looking at the last sentence of that paragraph. You say the review incorporates a cursory analysis of 3 provisions: timely, targeted, and temporary, of fiscal stimulus against the government's approach. Now, these are, confirm this please, but they are questions that would be asked when assessing government fiscal policy where there's an economic downturn.
That is correct, sir.
And so they weren't standards that you plucked out of the air. They were ones that you knew you could use as an auditor.
That is correct, sir.
And if we look at the first of those, which is asking whether the provisions are timely, and the definition of timely is given as take effect while the economy is still in a slump. It comes down to, and it goes over to the next page, but perhaps we can try and summarize it in this way. What you've concluded is that there were delays in making payments, but overall, the initiatives can be considered to be timely given the continued depressed state of the BVI economy. Would that be a fair summary of your conclusion?
Yes, sir.
Because you did note that there was a significant lag in distribution of funds for which you could not establish definitive reasons, but you did also observe that the process was constrained because of inadequacies in resources to execute the volume of works required to properly administer each program, and there was some delay in securing some funding, which would be a contributing factor. Again, have I summarized that fairly?
That is correct, sir.
The next analysis or benchmark that you used was the question of targeted, which is whether it's focused on activities that have relatively high economic multipliers. And you say this in the review report at 3055. Although we have not been able to review any documents that inform the selection of the various initiatives under the stimulus package, we assessed that the package was targeted towards specific initiatives as outlined in the Premier Statement, as well as outlined in the grant agreement. What was lacking, however, was the absence of any specific strategy that quantified any multipliers effects to justify why these specific initiatives were chosen. This is further borne out by the fact that outcomes were not clearly articulated in the...
Mrs. Corea.
I'll pause.
Sorry about that.
No, Mrs. Corea, these things happen. I know that your internet's not very stable today, but we spotted that you were no longer with us, but you're back with us, and we'll keep an eye on it for the time being. Mr. Rawat.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mrs. Corea, before you encountered technical difficulties, I'd gone through the question of whether the stimulus was timely. The next measure against which you conducted the analysis, or the audit team conducted the analysis, was that of whether it was targeted. And that's at page 3055. So if I take you back to that, please.
Okay.
Do you have it?
I do.
And what the report records is this. Although we've not been able to review any documents that informed the selection of the various initiatives under the stimulus package, we assessed that the package was targeted towards specific initiatives as outlined in the Premier's statement, as well as outlined in the grant agreement. What was lacking, however, was the absence of any specific strategy that quantified any multiplier effects to justify why these specific initiatives were chosen. This is further borne out by the fact that outcomes were not clearly articulated in the programme documents reviewed. Just to pick up on some points arising from that, you say we've not been able to review any documents that informed the selection. Did the audit team ask for those kind of documents?
Yes, so we have requested the information.
And what was the response to that request?
They said they would provide it, but we are still in waiting, sir.
And were you given any reason for why it, although you're still waiting for it, why it could not be provided immediately?
At the time, they said they didn't have enough staff to deal with the issues of administrating the program, and the information was being utilized at the same time of our request.
Could you do that last bit again? We lost you a little bit.
When we requested the information, they said that they were utilizing the information, so we could not have gotten it at that current time. And as soon as they finished with their compilation, they would provide it for us.
And you still have to, you're still awaiting that information?
Yes, so we are.
If you look at the next, or sticking with that paragraph, you say that you refer to the fact that outcomes were not clearly articulated in the programme documents reviewed. What would you have expected to see documented in terms of outcomes?
We would be looking for what the objectives would have been, and any measures that they put in place to make sure that they actually meet the goal of achieving the objectives.
Now, the third measure against which you analysed the stimulus was temporary, and that's whether the measure would expire when the slowdown is over. And what is recorded in the report is this: analysis of this provision proves somewhat more difficult to assess given the evolving nature of the pandemic. It is difficult to determine with any accuracy the potential duration. However, given the overall administration of the programs, funding appears to be temporary in nature, as the programs are bound by the limited funds allocated. Despite this, we found that the programs have the potential to be extended if additional funds are provided above the initial allocation. Again, what's the basis on which you found that the programs have the potential to be extended?
Based on what the intent would have been, and based on the number of applicants that were interested in achieving the grants.
Under limitations at the same page, what's written is this: the audit approach was one that envisaged evaluating the initiatives on a more consultative basis, with the hopes that value-added advice and recommendations could positively impact the overall administration of the program before all the funds were expended. The multiple decisions of Cabinet to have the initiatives audited on a monthly basis support this approach. It goes over to the next page. It continues. This approach would have allowed for corrective actions to be taken by the executing agencies, which would foster better program outcomes, as well as provide some level of assurance that the initiatives were executed in a transparent, accountable, and equitable manner. However, this approach could not be utilized due to severe limitations on the timely access to information from the executing agencies. Despite multiple requests for information of a formative nature, pertinent to the administration of the programs, such information was not provided in a timely manner or not at all. Information such as program objectives, performance measures, and eligibility and evaluation criteria were in most cases either absent from the documents presented or changed significantly from what was envisaged. Consequently, our review and final conclusions are based on the limited information accessible to the audit team. It is highly probable that if all information requested was made available, it may have yielded different opinions and conclusions. So to break that down a little bit, given that, and you said that you were not able to do this, given that the Premier had asked you as the internal auditor to review these programs on a monthly basis, was your expectation that you would work in consultation with the Ministry of Finance and the Premier's office so that you could deliver on that charge?
That would have been the best practical option, sir.
And if your team, your department had been able to do that, had received the information you wanted and been able to then work collaboratively, you would have been able to input into the programs to make sure that they were providing value for money and were targeted to those in need.
Yes, sir, because you would have been acting in a consultative capacity as opposed to an assurance capacity. And
that's an advantage because because it's being done as the program is ongoing. It means that the program can be adapted.
That is correct, sir.
And from your perspective, Mrs. Corea, was this something that you were willing to take on as a role?
Surely, sir.
But as I suppose with all audits, and whether you're consulting or providing assurance, it depends on you receiving information.
That is correct, sir.
And to keep it short, you made multiple requests and you didn't receive the information that you needed.
That is correct, sir.
And to whom were the requests being made?
The requests were being made to the Premier's office through the permanent secretary, sir.
Okay, would you address your requests for information to the permanent secretary in the Premier's office?
That is correct, sir.
And what about the financial secretary? Were you also making requests to the financial secretary?
We did in certain instances, yes.
But was the majority of information that you needed held by the Premier's office?
That is correct, sir.
And just summarize for the Commissioner, what was the response of the permanent secretary in the Premier's office to your request for information?
Well, when we first requested the information, they indicated that they were still at the policy stage of executing the programs. So the information would not have been available until the programs were actually administered. The second was when we indeed saw that payments were being made, we requested the information again, and the information that was submitted was bare cabinet extracts that didn't provide the substantial information that we needed. We then again requested the information because we were monitoring payments being made. And we were told that the information is being utilized and collected, and we would get it as soon as it is.
And what about your requests, the request that you made to the financial secretary? What was the response there?
Well, when we were not receiving any information from the Premier's office, I reached out to the financial secretary for his assistance in having the information remitted to our offices, which he did, but we still are waiting. We're still waiting for the information to be submitted.
Would the fair summary be that you've had some limited information, but not information responding to every request that you've put in?
That is correct, sir.
And is the reality that you've had much less than you would have expected and much less than you wanted?
That is correct, sir.
And to take an example, once a program is up and running and payments are being made, it must follow that the eligibility criteria will be in place, doesn't it?
That is correct, sir. That's the expectation.
And so if in that situation, it should be no difficulty to provide you as internal auditor with those criteria that are being applied.
That is correct, sir.
And it would be no difficulty to provide you with details of who was receiving the payments and what amounts they were being sent out.
That too, sir, yes.
You've been an auditor for a substantial period of time. You've been a senior auditor and the internal auditor for some time. In your experience, is this level of resistance to your requests commonplace?
It is very much so, in my experience, yes.
If we look at, go back to 3056, please, because you then took a look at or set out details about the 5 programs that you were assessing, the first of which is the SME grants. Now, have you got it?
Yes, sir.
The SME grants, which is at page 3056. Now, which ministry was responsible for administering this program?
The Premier's office, sir.
Under the heading Background Synopsis of Program, the report records this. On 17th of June 2020, Cabinet approved the Small Business Sector Grant Program via Extract Memo number 211/2020 in the amount of $6,500,000 funded through a grant from the BVI Social Security Board. These funds were allocated to assist businesses in meeting their operational expenditure while stimulating economic activity by facilitating the circulation of money within the territory. You go on the next page to record that a committee was established consisting of representatives from the Premier's office, which was the chair, the Ministry of Finance as a member, and the Department of Trade, Investment, Promotion and Consumer Affairs as the third member. This committee was charged with ensuring the effective administration and management of the application process for the approval and disbursement of the grant. The programme was launched officially on July the 21st, 2020, with an open application period of 1 month ending August 21st, 2020. But you note that the application period was extended for an additional week from September the 10th to September the 16th, 2020, to allow businesses that may have missed the initial deadline to participate in the programme. Now, in terms of the representative from the Premier's office, and it was the Premier's office that chaired this committee, who was the chair?
I'm not sure who the chairperson was.
But was it a public officer rather than
It would be a public officer.
you explain that the SME Assistance Grant Program began with an extensive application, eligibility and approval criteria designed to assess each business's operational position and compliance with various statutory requirements. However, due to time constraints in the unavailability of requisite data, the majority of these criteria were eliminated from the final execution of the program to facilitate greater inclusion / participation of businesses that would have been negatively impacted by their non-compliance and inability to provide documentation to meet the established criteria. So was that a decision of the committee to change the criteria and make them more simple?
I would think so. I'm not sure who made the decision.
And was it a decision that was made before the program launched on July the 21st, 2020?
I believe, if I recall correctly, it was made somewhere during the process.
What you do say is, as a result of that change in criteria, the only eligibility criterion utilized was a valid trade license and the business employing fewer than 20 employees. And what happened was that rather than having a scoring system, businesses were just classified into 5 groups based on the level of financial impact, profit or loss reported during the assessment period. So the questions that were looked at in terms of assessing what someone would get was, do you have a valid trade license? Do you employ fewer than 20 people? And then what's the financial impact on you as a business?
That is correct, sir.
Now, there were some concerns that your report raises about that approach. And if we look at A on 3057, that you make the point that all micro, small and medium enterprises had been redefined as any business with fewer than 20 employees. And as a definition, it created inequity in the process because the size of the business, capitalization needs, cash flow requirements were not being considered when deciding award amounts because it made all businesses equal within the program. Is that right?
That is correct.
And you then point out at B that whilst when grants were awarded on a lost profit basis, and that was between the period of March to May 2020, it was done without reliable information being collected, which created further iniquity because awards were not being made on an objective basis. And you give the example of a micro business with 1 employee, which suffered a loss of $1,000, that a business of that sort could be awarded a grant of $6,663, whilst a medium business with 6 employees and a loss of $10,000 would also get the same amount. So in effect, businesses of different sizes were, because they were being treated in the same way, were receiving the same amount in terms of an award.
That is correct, sir.
If we look over leaf at page 3058, what's said in your report at C is it's evident that the program was starved of reliable economic data on which to successfully plan and deliver a program of this magnitude and significance in such a truncated timeline, as most of the planned actions had to be eliminated or significantly curtailed in order to accommodate the applicants. Where would the reliable economic data have come from?
The information will come from the criteria that they raised initially, which encompass more than just the size of the business and the profit loss. So it had a wider range of information in the terms of the criteria of the application.
And when you use a wider range of criteria, does it mean that it allows awards to be better targeted.
And more transparent too, so yes.
And you point out that as a result of the approach adopted, funding was awarded to businesses such as DJs, entertainers, vehicle rental companies that would yield little economic benefit while the current environment persists. And so it wasn't being used as an economic stimulus, but rather as a sort of social support for those kinds of businesses. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you point out at D, and this is, I think, an assessment that was carried out by the audit team, looking at the different awards. What emerged from that was that the loss sustained by a company was not used as a factor in deciding the award. And so you give the example that 50 applicants that reported the most significant loss received $1,591 more than those, only $1,591 more than those applicants that possibly broke even or suffered significantly less loss. So the compensation wasn't being as targeted as it could have been. Is that right?
That is correct, sir.
If we then go to 3059, at E, the audit report says this: with criterion for both eligibility and process of application stripped from the program, we found that the review process to be rudimentary, flawed, and not evidence-based. Assessment of applications was based on two basic factors: an approved trade license and the reported profit and loss factor as reported by the business owner. No financial information was in most cases collected or reviewed to confirm the veracity of the claims made by the applicant. Upon inquiry, we were informed that a majority of the applicants did not maintain financial information that could be submitted. So in terms of the review process, are you speaking here of the review of the application in order to decide what amount should be awarded?
That is correct.
And in terms of profit and loss, what there wasn't was financial information that supported the claimed profit or the claimed loss made by an applicant.
That is correct. Just that the applicant stated that I had a profit or a loss in an amount.
Now, you say that upon inquiry, we were informed a majority of applications did not maintain financial information. Where did that information come from?
That they didn't have the financial information. Well, they had to fill out the applications online. So we were able to go in and look at those applications, and they didn't have any financial information attached to it. Only a statement saying, or a selection saying that I had XYZ profit, loss, and in the amount.
But what you say, if we look at the last sentence at E, upon inquiry, we were informed that a majority of the applicants did not maintain financial information that could be submitted. And I was wondering, firstly, who did you make that inquiry to? Who then informed you of this detail?
We inquired with the trade department, who was the agency that actually collected the applications in a database.
I see. So the trade department would collect the applications and keep them in a database. The committee headed by the Premier's office was responsible for reviewing the applications and deciding the awards that would go to applicants.
That is correct.
At F, which is what the audit report says, although grants were purportedly awarded on the basis of loss to profit, 48 applicants were granted awards without any information indicating the applicant's financial status being reported on the application. It's unclear as to the rationale for including provisions and granting awards for businesses that failed to complete the application. However, the awarding of these grants diminishes the purported meritorious nature of the award process of the program, as there is no equitable and transparent basis to judge these applications. So if the person was just simply saying, I have an approved trade license, that could, at least in 48 instances, mean that they still got an award.
That is correct.
If you look at G, on the same page, what's noted is that applicants with multiple businesses could make a separate application for each business as evidenced by a separate trade license. But that was capped. So if you were an individual applicant with multiple businesses, you had a cap of $15,000 or the equivalent to a grant benefit given to 2 businesses. So you couldn't turn up and say, I've got 8 trade licenses and just get 8 awards. There was supposed to be a cap as to what you could globally receive. Is that right?
That is right.
What you go on to say, however, in the audit report is based on the manner in which the applications were reviewed and assessed, effective controls were not put in place to ensure this cap was not breached. In one instance identified thus far, the applicant for business, trade licenses for which the applicant is listed as sole owner or co-owner, received in excess of $27,000. So you found at least one example of someone getting over the 15,000.
That is correct.
And again, that was in the context of your audit team being provided with limited information.
That is correct, sir.
So you're not in a position to tell the Commissioner the complete picture in relation to how well the cap operated.
No, sir, I'm not.
If you then look at H on page 3060, what's recorded there is, after reviewing the program documentation, sufficient consideration was not given to how the financial impact of the program will be measured. And that's the review by your team, isn't it?
That is correct.
The report continues, although the program is billed as a stimulus, the program lacked a targeted approach as to how the grant funding would be utilized by recipients. In speaking with key administrators of the program, it was indicated that it was hoped the funds would be used to support the business in broad terms. Also, it was hoped that at the conclusion of the program, a survey would be sent to grant recipients to solicit information on the use of the fund. However, that sufficiently reliable baseline information was not collected initially to draw a reliable comparison to determine the economic impact of the program. Further, the declaration that was aimed to ensure adherence to the terms and conditions required for the use of the fund was not implemented, even though it was an integral part of the monitoring component of the program. Just to break that down a little, please, Mrs. Corea, the report speaks of speaking with key administrators of the program. Who were those key administrators?
It would have had to be persons within the Trade Department and the Premier's office.
So were you able to interview public officers in the Trade Department and in the Premier's office?
We were able to speak with officers in the Trade Department, but they had limited information to share with us.
They didn't have enough information?
No, sir.
So how about being able to speak to officers in the Premier's office? How easy was that?
We tried, but that was not forthcoming.
So the information here is really coming from the Trade Department.
And looking at the database that accepted applications, so yes.
So in terms of assisting your audit, the Trade Department did allow you access to their database?
They did, sir.
And did they provide information in response to your requests?
As much as they possibly can, sir.
And is the point that's being made at H, and this is drawing on your experience as an auditor, that if you want to assess the economic impact or economic benefit of a program, you need to do it as the program is ongoing rather than at the very end?
That is correct, sir.
Now, the last bit you say is about a declaration may aim to ensure adherence to terms and conditions not being implemented. Could you tell the Commissioner a little bit more about that, please?
Initially, they had prepared a declaration for the use of the funds by each business in terms of what they were going to utilize the funds for, since it was supposed to be stimulus monies, but that was never implemented at the end of the exercise.
So that didn't find its way into the final sort of scheme?
No, it didn't.
In the audit report, 4 opportunities for improvement are identified, and what's explained is that the planned versus actual execution of this program exposes significant structural and operational deficiencies in the economic data apparatus in the BVI government, which provides an opportunity for requisite actions to be taken for future benefit. And what you, the 4 points that are made is, firstly, and I'll summarize, an economic descriptor must be determined and adopted to characterize the entities participating in the economic space in the territory. Secondly, a comprehensive system must be put in place to collect and analyze data. Third, the business community needs to be trained in proper financial planning and reporting. And fourth, greater enforcement of statutory requirements, payment of payroll taxes, NHI and social security contribution needs to be implemented. I need to say a little bit more about that, because what's said here is that based on a review of applications, a significant number of applicants were delinquent in meeting their statutory obligations, which would have significantly impacted their award had that criteria remained. This placed the government in a precarious position between deciding whether to assist those entities for the sake of the overall economy or limiting assistance due to non-compliance. Without concrete actions to improve this area, the government may find itself again supporting businesses that are not in compliance with government regulations and do not contribute to the funding from which they are now seeking to benefit. So in terms of these opportunities for improvement, was this an effort to look forward and to make recommendations should programs like this have to be utilized again?
That is true.
Because that's the sort of learning that could inform such a program if it needs to be used in a different sort of emergency.
Yes, sir. And that's why acting in a consultative capacity when the stimulus programs came on board was one of the areas we had anticipated working in as internal auditors. Because
then, as we've discussed, the program could have been improved and adapted, because as auditors, it's not auditors being brought in at the very end to look at what went wrong, but it's auditors being brought in at the very beginning to help make things go right.
That is correct, sir.
On this bit, this section of the report concludes with what's headed Auditor's Opinion, and which reads as follows. Based on our understanding, although not specifically or clearly indicated, the program's intent was to assist micro, small, medium enterprises that were negatively impacted by the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic in a transparent, equitable, and meaningful way that would aid in their sustainability during this period. When measured against this purpose, the program's execution failed to fulfill those expectations. The program was stripped of all basic controls and criteria for determining eligibility, approval, and accountability, What was left was an exercise that hinged upon a primal ethos that once an application was submitted, that some level of funding should be granted. In the quest to be inclusive and timely in the award and distribution of grants, the programme focused on accommodating businesses rather than executing a process that would optimise the allocation of grants in a fair and transparent manner to businesses that substantiated that they were negatively impacted by COVID-19. So it comes down to that it was, in terms of its execution and delivery, the program did not meet the purpose for which it was intended.
Not based on the information that we had collected, so no.
And based on that information, what seems to flow from the conclusions in this report was that this program was not sufficiently targeted at those that it was designed to most benefit.
That is correct, sir.
The next program that you assessed as an audit team is at 3062, and it's the Traffic Transformation and Transportation Program. Now, again, which ministry oversaw that program, please?
It was a combination of the Ministry of Works and the Premier's office.
And to give some background to the program, it's set out here in the report, and it's a synopsis of the program, which reads as follows. On 27th May 2020, Cabinet approved via extract memo number 175 of 2020, an amount not to exceed $900,000 to support the City Transportation Program initiative in Road Town. The initiative includes a shuttle service from the festival grounds and a quarantine bus service for returning nationals and residents. City of Road Town Park and Ride, the Park and Ride free shuttle service, is piloted by the Ministry of Transportation, Works and Utilities and funded through the Premier's office. In light of the COVID-19 pandemic, the initiative was expanded to include the quarantine bus service for returning nationals and residents of the Virgin Islands. As part of the initiative, the City of Road Town Park and Ride free shuttle service was also seen as an opportunity to provide economic stimulus for the public transport operator who may be experiencing reduced income because of the closure of our borders. Based on the program guidelines, the initiative commenced on June 30th and is to last for 1 month in the first instance. A budget was created for the initiative for a 3-month period, totaling $384,200. Now, obviously, events moved on, and as you've noted, as of March 9th, 2021, the grand total of money spent on this program came to $845,478. So I'll read that again, just over $845,000. Is that right?
That is correct.
And the observations that was recorded in the audit report in terms of concerns was firstly that no policy document was created to guide the program. Why is a policy document important?
To make sure that the program is administered as intended, provide guidelines and to provide processes in which the program would be executed.
So
and also to provide measures by which the program can be evaluated to ensure that it met its goals and objectives.
And is that a sort of standard document that you would expect as an auditor to see when reviewing and assessing a program?
That is correct.
What you want to see is documentation that says the purpose of the program, how it's going to be delivered, and what assessment or how delivery is going to be assessed. How is the question, has it delivered its objectives, going to be answered?
That is correct.
What you also note at page 3063, is that no program data is being collected on the usage of the Park and Ride shuttle service. This information will be vital in informing any adjustments that might be required for the program in terms of expanding or contracting the number of buses in rotation. General observation of the activities has shown that usage of the service is minimal at most, as most of the shuttles are seen along the routes with few or no passengers on board. Based on this observation, without further incentive to utilize the service, the monies expended would not have accomplished the program's original intent. And does it also not create this difficulty? And that is that it might mean that you're using money for a purpose that's not delivering, which could be used better elsewhere.
That is correct.
And that's an illustration, isn't it, of the benefit of having the internal audit department there on a consultative basis.
Indeed so.
At 3 and 4, what's noted is that there was no data or documentation being retained to ensure that all required health and safety protocols were being followed by those operating motor vehicles under this initiative. And so you say this department cannot attest to whether the required health and safety protocols are being adhered to. With the reference to this department, is that a reference to yourselves as the internal audit department?
That is correct.
And the last point that's made is that the Park and Ride initiative was expanded to include taxi operators in response to the impact the closed borders have had on taxi operators. This expansion was done without any analysis on demand for the service, nor was the decision made with any discernible outcome in mind other than a desire to offer some relief to taxi operators during this time. As a result, no clear objectives, no performance measures have been established. Again, in the absence of clearly defined outcomes and appropriate measures, it's difficult, if not impossible, to determine the economic impact this program will have for the monies expended. So, and I accept, Mrs. Corea, that you can only make or recommendations or conclusions based on the information that's given to you, and you've explained that you didn't have all the information you wanted. But was this again a program that it's just impossible to identify whether it's being used for social support rather than economic stimulus?
That is correct, sir.
Again, in terms of the, I suppose, the opportunities for improvement, what the audit report says is usership data should be collected by all drivers and measurable targets should be set for the programs. And you give the example, what percentage does the initiative intend to reduce traffic in the capital by? Now, in terms of these opportunities for improvement, have they been communicated before to the Premier's office?
No, they have not.
They are conclusions that you've now drawn from the information that you've received.
That is correct.
As I think you confirmed, that these are an attempt to look forward should there be a need to continue such a program in the future.
That is correct.
If we look then at the auditor's opinion on this program, reads as follows: although the Park and Ride initiative was established as part of the overall plan to make the city limits a more pedestrian-friendly space, the addition of the utilization of taxi operators only serves as a means of supplementing their income during this time of border closure. It was not based on any overarching need that would augment the overall purpose of the program as originally envisaged. As based on observations, the service is not being widely utilized. In our overall opinion, the program in its present state serves more as a relief program for taxi drivers. You then move on in the report to look at the House of Assembly COVID-19 Assistance Grants Initiative. And again, if I take you to this, the report helpfully provides a synopsis of the program. And it explains that the government of the Virgin Islands initiated this program as a form of social intervention to assist residents of the territory experiencing financial hardship as a direct result of COVID, and or requiring assistance for hurricane recovery and preparation for the 2020 hurricane season. The program was structured in a manner that allowed members of the House of Assembly to be directly involved in the awarding of grants to their constituents. Supports to individuals, households, and businesses was capped at $5,000, and each applicant was required to provide evidence of the type and amount of support being requested. Grant approvals are to be governed by a system of means testing, and information is to be gathered on other types of assistance that have already been granted to applicants. So there were, at least on that summary, there were checks and balances put in place so that it wasn't a straightforward, if you make the application, you'll get some money. There was a process by which the application would be assessed. Is that right?
Yes, sir. They had provided a list of guidelines by which you should follow in terms of the whole assistance grants administration.
If I take you to 3065. And this is observations on this program. The audit report adds this note: due to the manner in which applications were received and evaluated, only applications that were recommended by the member and approved by the clerk were reviewed. Information on ineligible or denied application was not available for review. Our observations are limited to those applications and supporting documentation. So you could only review those applications that which had been successful.
That is correct.
And did the process work in this way, that the members would make a recommendation and for an award, and that would then go before the clerks of the House, who would approve it?
That is correct.
Were the members able to effectively decide whether someone should get an award or not?
Well, based on actually reviewing the program in itself, although the clerk is responsible for approval and payment of grants, in most cases, the recommendation that the members made was accepted and paid. So whatever the members recommended to the clerk was what was usually paid, unless the clerk had some reason for questioning.
Does this take us back to the point that you made when we were looking at previous audit reports relating to assistance grants? And that is the difficult position that the clerk is in, because the clerk has an obligation to act as the accounting officer, doesn't she?
That is correct, sir.
And is this something that could be a concern here, that the clerk is in a difficult position?
That is correct.
Because information on ineligible or denied applications was not available, does that mean that your team was not able to say how many applications had been denied or rejected as ineligible?
That is correct.
Now, there was in this case, by contrast to the traffic transformation and transportation program, there was a policy document in place, wasn't there?
There were guidelines, yes, for the administration of the House of Assembly program, yes.
What the audit report notes is this: although the policy document requires each applicant to provide evidence of the type and amount of support being requested, approximately 1/3 of applications approved and paid were not supported by any evidence of the type and amount of the awarded assistance. For example, of the 257 applications classified as unemployed stroke underemployed, approximately 26% were only accompanied by a letter from the applicant stating that they were unemployed or had had their work hours reduced as a result of COVID. In addition, most applicants failed to report income on applications or show that income was affected and how this impacted their ability to meet their financial obligations. The audit report then continues, although it is understood that the monies were given to the members to expend to their constituents, the policy paper that guides the programme mandates that sufficient evidence be provided to support the request. Again, applicants would just state that they were unemployed stroke underemployed and state the amount requested in assistance without indicating or providing evidence as to how the funds will be utilised. As a substantial number of the applications reviewed are only supported by a letter claiming financial hardship, we determined that such letters does not meet the standard of sufficient evidence envisioned in the guidelines for the programme. But does this also raise a difficulty? Because if you've got a percentage of applications being approved and paid out without the required documentation, it means that there are two stages where the process was falling down, doesn't it? Firstly, at the member stage, because the member was making a recommendation, but without the required evidence. And secondly, at the clerk to the house stage, because it was being approved and paid out without somebody checking whether there was the required evidence. Is that right?
That is correct.
What you say at the next point too is that in reviewing the applications and subsequent awards, the methodology used by members to determine the amount of the grant awarded could not be identified. So does that mean there wasn't one set of criteria that was given to members to apply, or that the guidelines in the policy document were so vague that people had to interpret them in different ways? What was the concern?
Well, some of the criteria was vague, but in terms of providing evidence, the applicant had to make sure that whatever their request was, that they provided an attachment towards the application. Because the grants, remember, the grants were being issued or applied, whether for different reasons, various reasons. It could have been medical, could have been social help, even hurricane relief was part of the criteria. So the different areas were vague. So once they provided additional information as evidence that they did need the funding, then it would constitute sufficient evidence for the approval and payment of the funds.
What's noted in the audit report is this: grant awards appear to be arbitrarily determined, even when sufficient documentation was submitted to justify the amounts requested by the applicant. In some instances, award amounts were significantly lowered, even though there was sufficient documentation to justify a full award, while full amounts were awarded to some applicants without any documentation to justify the award. As a result, we found that there were no controls implemented to ensure an equitable disbursement of funds. So the picture that emerges is that it was just funds were being allocated on an entirely arbitrary process.
That is correct. On the member's behalf, yes.
And what you also found, and this is at point 3, is that there were instances where applicants received awards from multiple members and from other assistance programs, which you say we find to be abusive. What was the deficiency that led to the duplication of awards?
I don't think the program was looked at holistically. When I say that, I don't think there was any measure in place to actually do the checks and balances against the members in terms of their recommendations. Maybe in some instances, but not in all, because we realized that multiple payments were made from different members. At the same time, the programs were not connected. So they didn't share a common evaluation process or a database where they can be checked and verified. So a person could have received benefits from, say, small business and still get monies from House of Assembly.
And so, and that goes back again, doesn't it, to the report that you produced in 2014 on assistant grants as managed by ministries, that again, there was no communication across ministries, no centralized approach, so that to avoid the risk of people, of the inequitable distribution of funds.
That is true. And
you give actually on overleaf, on page 3066, what's you describe as one of the glaring cases involved an applicant that applied for and was awarded educational assistance from the following programs. Firstly, from the Premier's Office Assistant Grant Program, the applicant got $20,000. From the COVID-19 assistance program operated by the district representative, the applicant got $5,000. The applicant then got another $5,000 from the district representative because the applicant's parent made an application.
4,000.
Sorry, yes, you're right, 4,000.
Yes. And
then the final assistance came from the Ministry of Education for $20,000 as a scholarship. So in total, the applicant received $49,000 from a range of assistance programs.
Correct.
And I mean, why do you say that's abusive?
It's abusive because the applicant was able to go to all these different programs and receive funds without any checks and balances from whether the ministries or the departments. So once an applicant is aware of the ability to do that, they would do it. And to me, that's abusive. In COVID-19 times, yes, it is.
And it's a point, isn't it, that Mrs. Corea, that the Internal Audit Department has made in non-COVID-19 times, because it's the same point that was made when we looked at the audit reports in the House of Assembly Assistant Grant Programme and the audit report in terms of Ministries Assistant Grant Programme. What the Internal Audit Department was raising then was the risk associated with people being able to make multiple applications.
That is correct. I only mentioned COVID-19 because we're doing COVID-19 reports.
If I go then just to the next point, what you also note is that the policy paper indicated that expenditure should be because of someone needing assistance because of COVID-19 or hurricane recovery or to prepare for hurricane. But when you reviewed applications, there were multiple instances where applicants utilized the program to settle obligations that predated the pandemic. So, and you give examples of applicants requesting assistance to make payments on loans that were severely delinquent prior to the pandemic, to make payments for credit cards that were delinquent prior to the pandemic, to reimburse bills that had already been paid, on expenditure that was not related to COVID-19, such as educational, long overdue income taxes, outstanding daycare, school fees, for persons who were, as I've said, unemployed before COVID. The last one you say is district office rent, prepayment and maintenance. Could you just clarify what that refers to, please?
That payment was made for one of the members' district offices, payment of rent.
I see. So the member used the COVID-19 grant to pay his or her district office rent.
That is correct.
And was it just one member that did that you found that out in relation to?
Based on our review, yes.
And in terms of assessing the applications, the member is critical. Isn't that right? Because it's the member has a responsibility under this program to decide whether there is sufficient evidence, and also has a responsibility to decide whether the application fits within the policy of the program.
Correct.
And on your analysis, if someone is applying for an educational grant under the COVID-19 program, that's not necessarily an application that goes to or is related to COVID-19 or is required for hurricane recovery or hurricane preparedness. Is that right?
Well, based on the guidelines, those were criteria that they had put in place that the persons can apply under.
What those applications should have been made for under other programs that exist.
They could have, yes.
If we look at 5, and in fairness to the audit team, I'll read it out. What's said is, while it is not being mentioned to be frowned upon, there is a noticeable trend where members have instituted a food voucher system to assist constituents. However, our concern lies in the absence of sufficient controls to ensure accountability within this program. Members are approving large payments to supermarket in exchange for vouchers, which will then be distributed to needy constituents. However, it is unclear what system is being used to determine who is assisted through this method. As COVID-19 assistance was intended to be an application-based program, the execution of this program in this manner diminishes both transparency and accountability. So was the way it was operating that a member would make a large or approve a large payment to a supermarket, receive a set of food vouchers, and then the member would decide who would get food vouchers?
That is correct.
And why was that a concern for you as an auditor?
Accountability. Because if I am going to administer a program that requires the applicants to apply, then the applicant should have applied for a food voucher. Like I said, I don't see it as something to be frowned upon. But then you have the members deciding to do food vouchers. So I will do what, $5,000, do 50 food vouchers, and then give them to your constituents. As the clerk and as the accounting officer, I'm not sure that these food vouchers were actually delivered to constituent members. So the fact that you have to be accountable for the funds that are being expended drives a concern for the internal audit team.
It puts the clerk to the house in a very difficult position, doesn't it?
It does.
Because on the system as you've outlined it, there is no practical way in which the clerk to the house can assess and account properly for funds being used in this way.
That is correct.
If we go to the next page, please, 3067. You point out as well in the audit report that there was inconsistent use of the way, or there was an inconsistency in the way monies owed to third parties were awarded. The guidelines were that where an applicant had wanted money to pay a third party, then the money would be paid directly to the third party. And what your audit found was that there were instances, multiple instances, where such payments were made to the applicant, even in instances where documentation was provided. However, the majority of such instances occurred where the applicant failed to provide documentation of the outstanding debt. And that meant the control of making direct payments to third parties was to ensure that the assistance awarded was utilized for the intended purpose, was not effective, was it?
That is correct.
You also note at 7 that a majority of the applications reviewed were incomplete, with comparative income information usually omitted. Consequently, assessment could not be conducted to determine the severity of the financial impact of COVID-19 on applicants prior to and during COVID-19. Additionally, numerous instances were observed where there was no change in reported income. However, applications were approved and grants awarded. Notably among these applications were public officers whose salaries have not been affected by COVID-19. This gives the impression that grants were not based on the assessed financial impact of COVID-19, but rather on a discretionary basis by each member. So if the member were following the guidance, then if a public officer made an application, the member ought to have rejected that. Does that follow from that point?
Correct, sir.
And you've referred to the applications being reviewed. Did you go to the clerk to the House of Assembly and look at these applications as part of the audit?
No, so we received the information from the Treasury Department, which was via vouchers that would have the attached documentation to the voucher.
So the process, and tell me if you don't know this or if I get it wrong, but the process would be application comes into the member with any supporting documentation. The member would make a recommendation. It would go to the clerk of the House to approve, and then it would go to the Treasury Department for payment. And the voucher on which the Treasury Department paid had all of that documentation attached to it.
That is correct.
Thank you. What you've also said is, although assistance for hurricane preparedness and hurricane recovery are permissible within the programme, sufficient guidance was not provided to guide members to what constitutes as preparedness and recovery. Consequently, requests of a tangential nature are approved. When the standards, and you've called them watertight standards, utilised by the Ministry of Health and Social Development's Housing Recovery Unit is applied in evaluating these awards, there's clearly a more liberal definition of what constitutes recovery in the House of Assembly Assistance Programme. Within that programme, you say grants are awarded to purchase furniture and appliances as hurricane recovery, and payment of insurance premium and generators have been received awards as hurricane preparedness. So there were in place and available standards from the Housing Recovery Unit, is that right?
In their program, yes.
And they have a program of their own, do they?
They do, yes.
But the same standards were not being applied by the House of Assembly?
No, sir, because they were going after the guidelines for the House of Assembly.
I see. So again, is that an example of two different programs that are intended to achieve similar purposes, but operating in completely different ways?
Yes, so operate in isolation of each other, yes.
You've made under opportunities for improvement, this observation. Social services mechanisms must be enhanced to respond to social issues such as this. Systems must evolve to a degree where the social service apparatus can continually identify the most vulnerable in our society and deploy services that can meet the needs in an evidence-based manner. These systems should be employed in a way that removes subjectivity in the awarding of assistance, as is the case of the system currently employed by the House of Assembly. And you continue over leaf to say, again, social service data need to be regularly collected and analysed to better inform social policies. A more targeted approach must be employed to identify, assess, and assist the vulnerable segments of our population without such a heavy dependency on elected officials to determine who will be assisted and in what manner. Objective rather than subjective tests must be employed to present a more fair and equitable distribution of resources. Now that's again looking forward, isn't it, Mrs. Corea?
That is correct, sir.
But the auditor's opinion on the programme is this. It is our opinion that this programme was not structured in a manner that promoted transparency in the decision-making nor equity in the distribution of funds. The programme was shrouded in ambiguity, which made it difficult to administer, which resulted in the broadest spectrum of assistance being offered. Even where there were some limitations, applicable guidelines were stability. Even the controls applicable for approval were farcical, in that secondary and when necessary, tertiary approvals were seemingly put in place to simply facilitate payment without any apparent authority in the decision-making process. Could you just clarify, just add a little explanation, what's meant by secondary and when necessary, tertiary approvals being seemingly put in place? What's that referring to?
So secondary would be, well, you would have the primary being the minister who gets the application and recommends. The secondary being the clerk who reviews and makes payment. And even a tertiary can be when it goes to the treasury. And they have to do the checks and balances with the vouchers and make payment.
But ultimately, and again, I accept it's on the information that you had, but you were able to look at the applications. Did the decisions really fall on the shoulders of elected members of the House of Assembly?
Correct.
It was for them to decide how to exercise a discretion as to who would get an award and who wouldn't.
Correct.
And that's where the concern that you raise about subjectivity creeps in, doesn't it?
Correct, sir.
And I suppose speaking with your auditor hat on, there's always a benefit in having objective data, isn't there?
There is.
Commissioner, I've reached a point where I think I ought to give Mrs. Corea another break, possibly even for lunch, because I think we've been going since about 12:15.
That's right, Mr. Rowett. Just to see where we are, we've still got to do two more of the COVID schemes.
Yes.
But those are
Relatively short.
Those are short.
Yes.
And what else is there for?
That will be it. I mean, there's a couple of linked questions that arise out of that, but once I've done those two, I will have done.
Can we just check with Mrs. Corea and indeed the stenographer? How long do you think it'll take you, Mr. Rowett?
I'm never very good at time.
No, I'll double it, but I just
Right.
wanted to know what your estimate was.
Perhaps I think I'd say about 25 minutes.
Right. I think we'd better have a break. I think we'll have a break, Mrs. Corea. Shall we make it 25 minutes? Try and come back about 2:20.
Yes, sir.
Good. Thank you very much, Mrs. Corea. Thank you, Mr. Rowett. Yes, Mrs. Corea, we're back. Mr. Rawat.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mrs. Corea, we were at 3068 in the bundle, and we were going to the next program, which was the subject of your audit report into the COVID-19 stimulus, and that's support to daycares, private schools, and religious organizations. The report records this in terms of a background synopsis of the program. Realizing that daycare, educational, and religious institutions were affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, and given the importance of these institutions to the fabric of the BVI community, the government thought, through its Economic Response Initiative, sought to provide some assistance to these organizations to defray the cost of implementing a number of social distancing and health requirements required for a reopening. According to the policy brief and administrative guidelines, the budget for the program was $1 million. However, $2 million was approved for the program through the Social Security grant. Now, in terms of, again, which government department or government ministry had responsibility for this program?
In terms of the payments, the Premier's office.
And in terms of producing the policy brief and administrative guidelines, who was responsible for that?
I recall some synopsis was given from the Ministry of Education.
And did you see a policy brief yourself?
I did see some information, yes, that was supposed to guide the program.
And that came from the Ministry of Education?
Well, the extra came from the Ministry of Finance.
I see. You gave, in terms of program statistics as of March the 9th, 2021, the following breakdown: that church groups received $1,604,000, civic group $55,000, and education $768,626. But you note on the next page as follows: no analysis beyond the financial allocations could be conducted on this program due to the unavailability of the information needed to conduct planned analysis. Although a policy brief and administrative guideline were received and reviewed, substantive documentation on the actual execution of the program was not provided, although requested on multiple occasions. So in terms of financial allocation, is that a reference to the figures that I've just read out to you?
Correct.
So beyond that, beyond knowing, for example, that $1.6 million was allocated and awarded to church groups, you were not, as part of your audit, able to drill down further into those figures?
No, sir.
And you said that the policy brief and administrative guidelines were received, was it from the Ministry of Finance?
Correct, sir.
In terms of the requests for a further information and for substantive documentation, who did the Internal Audit Department make that request to?
The Ministry of Finance, sir.
Did you make any requests to the Premier's office?
Yes, we did, in terms of the payments.
And what was the response from the Premier's office?
We're still awaiting the information. They said they were compiling the information to submit to us.
So their response was they were compiling the information to submit to you?
Correct, sir.
And you made multiple requests both to the Ministry of Finance and to the Premier's office, is that right?
Multiple requests to the Premier's office and one request to the Financial Secretary, the Ministry of Finance.
Sorry, I spoke across you and I apologize, but was it one request to the Financial Secretary?
Correct, to assist us in getting the information from the Premier's office.
I see. And the current position of the Premier's office is that the information is being compiled and will be provided to you at some point?
Correct, sir.
Have you been told when it will be provided to you?
Upon completion of the compilation of it.
but there's
no definite date was given.
The next topic that you, or the next program that you assessed and that you had identified to assess, we find at 3069, and that's support to agriculture and fisheries. And again, by way of background, what you say there is Cabinet via memo 179/2020 dated 27th of May 2020 approved the criteria document to assess the eligibility of farmers and fishermen qualification for assistance through the COVID-19 economic stimulus response. Additionally, the application form, priority areas list, templates, and production logs for reporting and accountability in the various areas to be completed by the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries. The program was funded through a $2 million grant from the Social Security Board. Again, Mrs. Corea, can you just clarify for the Commissioner, which ministries were responsible for overseeing this program?
Initially, it was being overseen by the Agriculture Department, which is under the Ministry of Education. And the payments were overseen by the Premier's office.
So as you understand it, it started off with the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries, but ultimately payments were coming out of the Premier's office.
Correct, sir.
You've put there a table of statistics for March the 9th, 2021. And you've noted under farming that 166 applications received awards of $9,000. 2 applications received awards of $11,000. 174 applications received awards of $13,500. And 19 applications received awards of $22,500. So the total under the farming head was $4,292,500. Under fishing, you've noted that 1 application resulted in an award of $12,000, 19 in an award of $15,000, and 20 in an award of $20,000. And then the total of that is then $697,000. Have I summarized those 2 tables correctly, Mrs. Corea?
That is correct, sir.
And you've put a note again, no analysis beyond the financial allocations could be conducted on this program due to the unavailability of the information needed to conduct planned analysis. Although the documents stated above were intended to be used to manage and report on the program, no information was provided to validate documents that documents were actually utilized in the execution and management of the program. Again, substantive documentation on the actual execution of the program was not provided, although requested on multiple occasions. So other than the figures that you've put in your report and policy documents, you have no other data on which to assess the efficacy of the program?
No, sir, not to date.
And that's the same position in relation to the daycares and religious organization program, isn't it?
That is correct.
When did you start requesting information on those 2 programs?
In 2019, when the stimulus programs commenced.
So 2020, when the
sorry, 2020, when the stimulus programs commenced.
And was that because you were aware that you had been charged to report on a monthly basis?
Yes, sir.
We're now obviously over a year into the pandemic, Mrs. Corea. At least in relation to these 2 programs, have you had no information at all?
None, sir.
And over that time since they came in, which is March to May 2020. Have you made repeated requests?
Yes, sir.
And has those requests been made to the Premier's office?
Yes, sir.
And have they been made to the Permanent Secretary of the Premier's office?
That is correct, sir.
And have you approached others for assistance to try and get information?
Well, we at some point figured that if we didn't get the information, the Auditor General would have gotten the information. So we collaborated with her office, but we were told that she didn't get the information either.
So she wasn't able to assist you?
No, sir.
Have you been able, I mean, I know you said yesterday that for you as auditors, much of the information is still on paper that you need to look at. But is there, particularly in relation to programs such as these, where they're being administered in 2020, 2021, would you expect the details to be held electronically?
Yes, sir. In some regards, yes.
And in the modern age, it doesn't take too much work, does it, to send you a spreadsheet or an electronic document? Would you accept that?
Yes, sir.
You may not have been able to see the evidence of the Auditor General to the Commissioner. In her reports, she's produced 2 reports in relation to COVID-19. One in relation to daycares, private schools and religious organizations, and the other one in relation to farmers and fisherfolk. And what she noted in that report, in both reports, was that the Auditor General's office was unable to obtain the relevant files and information from the Premier's office pertaining to the COVID-19 stimulus grants, which were repeatedly requested by email and telephone. This includes access to databases, documents, reports, and other information relevant to policy development and implementation of the programs. That's similar, isn't it, if not the same, to the situation that you were in as internal auditor. Would you agree?
That is correct.
I asked the Auditor General about that statement in her report. And for the transcript, it can be found on the transcript of the 29th of June 2021, which is hearing day 19 at page 10. And I asked her whether she was given any reason as to why her requests for information were not agreed to. And the answer given by the Auditor General was, initially we were not given a reason. And subsequent to that, the Permanent Secretary sent a message, an email saying that internal audit was working on it and working on the same areas. And that when they were through with their audit, that we would have access to the information. The Auditor General continued as follows. And as I mentioned yesterday, when we were told that, I simply said to her, well, first of all, I should say that we are used to working in conjunction, sometimes with internal audit. And if they're working on an area, we allow them to do their work. And then after we've seen their report, if we consider that we need to go in, we would also go in. In a case like this, where we're working on the same subjects, but for different reasons, we actually share information. They had, at the time, they had the Treasury vouchers in their office. So we would actually go there and get what we needed at that time that was relevant to what we were doing. So we share information. When we were told that internal audit is working on this, and when they finish their report, we will let you know when you can have the information. I simply said to her, okay, provide us with access to the databases, because that does not interfere with internal audit processes, and it does not interfere with your office processes. Access to the databases and access to other information they have, because what we're getting from the staff within the ministry is what they were instructed not to forward the information. So in other words, and this is continuing what the evidence of the Auditor General was, she said, so in other words, tell your staff that they can forward the information as required as long as it doesn't provide a conflict with internal audit. And she clarified for the Commissioner that that was a concession that she was prepared to make to the Permanent Secretary, but not one that she had to make. Can I just ask you this, and it's not specifically about COVID-19, but as internal auditor and as the internal department, audit department, are there occasions when you've worked in conjunction with the Auditor General?
We have in several occasions, yes.
And have you shared information on occasion with each other?
Yes, we have, sir.
Now, looking at what you say in your report about the two programs that we've been looking at, let's call them the religious organization programs and the support to agriculture and fisheries, it does not seem that you were in fact working on those programs. Would that be right?
You mean the Auditor General and my office?
No, yourself as internal auditor department. You weren't working, you weren't carrying out an audit of those programs, were you?
Repeat your question again. I think I lost part of your question.
You've confirmed that there are occasions when you share information with the Auditor General. And there are occasions when you work in conjunction with her. I've read out to you the portion of her evidence to the Commissioner where she explained that the reason she was given for not being able to be given information by the Premier's office was because internal audit were working on it. From the reports that from your report, it does not appear that you have yet, or it appears you have yet to receive the information that you want. So have you in fact been working on an audit of the religious organizations program or of the support of agriculture and fisheries program?
No, because we are waiting the information today.
Obviously, once you receive that information, you will then be able to carry out a fuller analysis, won't you?
That is correct.
But at the moment, in terms of information on those two programs, all that you have are policy briefs and administrative guidelines and the figures that we've read out. Is that right?
That is correct, sir.
You're not in a position today, are you, Mrs. Corea, to tell the Commissioner how, for example, the 1.6 million allocated to church groups was broken down?
No, sir, I'm not.
And you're not in a position today to tell the Commissioner, for example, the basis on which 166 applicants under the farming program received $9,000?
No, I am not, sir.
You haven't, it's right, isn't it, carried out the sort of audit that you would normally wish to carry out as Director of the Internal Audit Department?
With these programs, no, sir.
And that's because, as you've explained, you have yet to receive the information that you have asked for.
That is correct.
Thank you. Commissioner, I think I've reached the end of my questions for Mrs. Corea, unless there's any other matters that you want to cover me to cover.
No, thank you very much.
So can I conclude firstly by thanking Mrs. Corea for her patience. I appreciate she's been having to give evidence remotely, and that adds an extra level of difficulty, but she's also had to go over into a second day. So I'd like to thank her for her patience, thank her for the evidence that she's given, and also for the way in which she has given it.
Yes, and can I add my thanks, Mrs. Corea, as well. Thank you for your time, thank you for your patience, and thank you for giving the evidence clearly as you have. Thank you very much.
You're most welcome, sir.
If you could rise briefly, we'll be able to get on with the other witnesses shortly.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Rowett.
Thank you, Commissioner. Our witnesses this afternoon are Mr. Wade Smith, and who's given evidence on 2 occasions before to the Commission, but also Ms. Tashima Martin, who's here for the first time. Mr. Smith has already taken the oath, and so he remains bound by that and doesn't need to be sworn again. But can I ask that Ms. Martin be invited to either take the oath or to affirm?
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Martin, would you like to swear an oath or make an affirmation?
Yes. Commissioner, yes.
Swear an oath or make an affirmation?
I swear no.
Okay, if I take the Bible in your right hand and read the words on the sheet in front of you.
I swear by the Almighty God that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Martin and Mr. Smith, what we're going to do, because the questions that we have for you today overlap to some extent, we're going to put the questions to you together. And what I'll do is I'll direct them to one or both of you, and we'll see if whoever's best placed to assist with the question should speak up. We'll begin probably with Mr. Smith, and then on occasions we'll put the question to Ms. Martin. Because Ms. Martin, it's your first time before the Commission, there are some formalities that I need to deal with. So can I ask first of all that you give the Commissioner your full name, please?
Yes. Commissioner, my name is Inga Tashima Martin.
And your professional address?
Assistant Commissioner of Customs.
And where are you based as Assistant Commissioner of Customs?
I am based at the Customs headquarters attached to Assurance.
One thing to ask you is just to try and keep your voice up and to speak slowly. The microphone that's in front of you won't amplify your voice, but it will record it. So if you feel the need to shout a little, that's probably better than to speak quietly. Both Mr. Smith and Ms. Martin, you will both see that there are a number of bundles that are next to you. We won't be going through every single page of those, but we'll just go to various documents as we go through the evidence. And again, Mr. Smith will have heard me say this, but Ms. Martin, I would just like to explain that I do try and keep the questions short and simple. If at any time I haven't achieved that and you need me to repeat or rephrase the question, please do ask me and I'll do that. If we start with you though, however, could you, before you became Assistant Commissioner, just give the Commissioner an outline of your professional background before you assumed that position?
Okay. Commissioner, I have joined the department as a trainee in December 2001, and I was promoted to an Officer 1 in August 2005. I have attended the HLSC College part-time over the years and successfully completed an associate's degree in accounts. That completion was done in 2006, 2007. In 2008, I then enrolled in the University of the Virgin Islands and graduated with a bachelor's degree in accounts in 2010. I then returned to the department after my study leave was completed. At that time, I was promoted as an Officer 2 and assigned to the Customs Internal Audit Team, which was established in 2004 and responsible for testing the systems, policies, and the effectiveness of revenue collections, as well as increasing compliance, internal compliance and external compliance, as well as recovering revenue. Over the years, I have attended many trainings, post-auditing, HR management, trusted trader programs, trainer programs, just a few to mention. I am now one of HM Customs certified trainers that is able to develop training modules and execute trainings, which I have done over the years. With my commitment, experience, knowledge, and being selected through interviews, I am now the Assistant Commissioner of Customs, which I was appointed to July 2020.
Thank you very much for that. Can I take you to the first document that we need to look at? And it's, I think it will be in a bundle that's labeled bundles for hearings regarding the work of the Internal Audit Department. And you'll find it in the one that's labeled Part 2.
Commissioner, do we have to share, or is it?
You've got your set there, Ms. Martin.
Thank you.
If you turn up page 2026, please. If I've taken you to the right page, you should have the first page of an Internal Audit Department document, which is a report from November 2015, and it's headed Her Majesty's Customs Missing Revenue. Sorry, I think the page I've taken you is actually a letter, which is addressed to the Financial Secretary regarding suspicion of fraud, Her Majesty's Customs. But if you turn to 2027, you'll see that that's the front page of the report. Just to orientate you, the way that the reason or how this report was generated was that on November 16, 2015, the Internal Audit Department received information from the Ministry of Finance in relation to allegations of missing revenue at HM Customs. And it had been reported by the Commissioner of Customs that a preliminary investigation had been conducted, which revealed that a customer had presented receipts substantiating payments for import duties at the Port Purcell location, but no corresponding revenue had been deposited. And so there was a internal preliminary investigation by Customs, and we'll look at that in a moment. That led to the Internal Audit Department becoming involved. And if you turn through to page 2032, and if I could ask you as we go through this, please don't refer to the actual people involved. If you just refer to an importer or customer, you can refer to the location where it happened. But in essence, what the Internal Audit Department's investigation verified was what had been found by Customs as preliminary investigation. And that is that there was a receipts had been issued to the customer accepting payments. And if you look at 2032, you'll see that the detail there. If you look at 3.3, so payments were said to have been received, but could not be found to have been deposited. There were receipts from a manual receipt handbook, but those receipt books were traced to a department or departments that were not at the Port Purcell location. And the money involved was substantial. It was $264,000 odd. You'll see that recorded in 2031. And it was said to have been paid in cash. So what appeared to have happened was that the importer had paper receipts to show that they had made payments in cash, but customs could not locate those receipts having been deposited. And the outcome of the Internal Audit Department's investigation was that there are other issues surrounding this matter that begs the question of whether other criminal activities are also being perpetrated. Best practices would dictate that businesses conducting transactions of such magnitude would opt to make payment by using a banking instrument, such as a money order or banker's check. Therefore, this method of payment raises some red flags. And they continued, based on our preliminary investigation, this office has concluded that there exists a high probability that fraud has been perpetrated at Her Majesty's Customs, and this fraud has possibly resulted in the government of the Virgin Islands suffering financial loss of approximately $264,885.33. As stated in the Commission of Customs report, on the advice of the Attorney General, we recommend that the matter be submitted to the competent and appropriate authority for further investigation. So first question, perhaps if I direct this to you, Mr. Smith, do you know if any further investigation did follow on from the Internal Audit Department's report?
Yes, yes, Commissioner.
Without naming names, but can you tell the Commissioner what happened afterwards, the nature of that investigation?
Well, Commissioner, first of all, Commissioner, as mentioned, this was a matter that was investigated by Customs and referred to the Financial Secretary, and the Financial Secretary in turn referred the matter to the Internal Audit Department. Commissioner, it's important to note that it shows the effective controls that we have in place in the Customs Department, and as outlined in our position statement, and which you would have a copy of the challenges, included limited investigative resources, as limited human resources. The Customs Department is forced to rely on other agencies with specific skill sets who may not view customs matters as priorities because those agencies has their own challenges, cases, and may not know the customs systems or laws. I said that to say, Commissioner, that this matter was referred to the authorities, also outlined in my position statement, that the investigation will be conducted by Customs Internal Audit Team, forwarded to the Commissioner of Customs, to the Financial Secretary, to the Internal Audit Unit, and in accordance with their legislation, certain things should have been done or could have been done. But we referred the matter after that. We followed through with the matter and referred it to the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force for further action. Commissioner.
So the short answer is that it was referred to the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force. Do you know the outcome, Mr. Smith, of their investigation? Were you ever notified? Were you ever notified of the outcome of any investigation done by the police?
Yes, Commissioner, the outcome of the investigation by the police indicated that the office of the DPP at the time said that there was not sufficient evidence for prosecution to be had. Those were, in paraphrasing, the comments that were made.
And that was no prosecution of any individual or any entity?
That's correct, Commissioner.
If you go, Mr. Smith, then to just take a look at 2035. And were you, this is in 2015, were you Commissioner of Customs in 2015?
Yes, Commissioner.
And this is the memorandum from yourself then of October 28, 2015 to the Financial Secretary.
Yes.
Now, I just want to ask you some questions about that, because you say in the second paragraph, for past years, there have been some assumptions and allegations that the government of the Virgin Islands is losing revenue through fuel imports. What did you mean by past years? Over how many past years?
Commissioner, we've reviewed, to the best of my recollection, probably about 2 years or so. We have reviewed the import, the revenue on fuel imports, and we noticed that there may have been a decrease in the revenue of fuel imports. At that time, Commissioner, we put a team together, the internal audit team, to conduct further investigations with regards to the collections of the fuel, in particular at the Port Purcell port of entry.
When you say you'd reviewed the revenue received through fuel imports, was that a review that you did into? You've been reviewing them over a period of time?
Commissioner, we review the revenue intake on a regular basis to see where, if there are any shortcomings or any shortfalls in revenue, and to have an explanation as to why there may be revenue shortfalls in a particular revenue head.
And you did that over a 2-year period?
Commissioner, that's actually done annually, quarterly. Commissioner, some cases monthly, where we monitor and review the amount of revenues collected.
When you refer in your memorandum to assumptions and allegations, what were you referring to specifically?
Commissioner, can you repeat the question, please?
If you look at the second paragraph on your memorandum, what you say is, for the past years, there have been some assumptions and allegations. What were you referring to by using the phrase assumptions and allegations?
That's assumptions based on the amount of revenue collected, allegations in terms of management discussing and the possibility of what could be taking place in terms of the shortfall, Commissioner.
And given that this had been going on for past years, so for some time, was there any reason you could not have taken action sooner?
Commissioner, we monitored the situation at the time, Commissioner, and we reviewed the entries, reviewed the deposits, reviewed everything that goes along with the entry submission for fuel, and we compiled information to present a case, and we directed our internal audit team to gather information and pursue an investigation.
Given that it had been going on for years, was there any reason why the review of records of fuel imports at Port Purcell was limited to 6 months?
Commissioner, it's assumed or alleged that it may have been taking place over a couple of years, Commissioner. It's nothing proven at the time. However, an initial sample, Commissioner, was retrieved of about 6 months in the first instance, Commissioner, and then there would be further or follow-up investigations or research into the matter.
Now, one of the issues that both your internal investigation and the audit department's investigation picked up was the use of receipt books, and receipt books that were not allocated, if you like, to the Port Purcell location. And you explain in your memorandum to the financial secretary that revenue collections at that port of entry was collected via the JDE system or by a manual receipt book assigned to the station. And in this case, the receipts were linked to manual receipt books assigned to other places. At that time, in 2015, what system, if any, was there in terms of monitoring the use of and distribution of receipt books? within customs?
Commissioner, the distribution of receipts books were done primarily at the headquarters, and they were issued, and whatever unit or station they were issued to, there was a register where the individual receiving them would have to sign off on receipt of the receipt books. It is important to note, Commissioner, that the Treasury Department was responsible for the collection at Port Purcell, utilizing the J.D. Edwards system. So it's minimal use of a manual receipt books at the Port Purcell station, only in the event that the system goes down, Commissioner.
And is the idea that if the system goes down, and we're talking about 2015, if the system goes down and you have to use a manual receipt book, when the system comes back up, you ought to put that entry into the J.D. Edwards system?
Commissioner, that's correct. When the system goes down, which is not a lengthy period, and immediately after, that information should be loaded up into the J.D. Edwards system. And again, Commissioner, the Treasury cashiers should have manual receipts at the Port Purcell station in the event of system outage.
And at that time in 2015, were receipt books allocated to individual customs officers?
Commissioner, receipt books were assigned to seniors ahead, who's in charge of various units. For example, the stations, the senior is in charge, they will be in receipt of a receipt book in the event that you have a system outage or you have to revert to manual operation.
Was the person assigned the receipt book allowed to share it? Could one officer who had been assigned a receipt book pass it on to another to use?
That's not a practice that is advised, but in the event that the senior is not present, he will have the officer in charge of the station at that time utilize the receipt book. And so it's usually the second in command.
And in terms of returning the receipt book, if for example, an officer retires from duty, what happens to a receipt book that's been allocated, or what happened in 2015 to a receipt book that had been allocated to that officer?
When an officer retires or leaves the assigned area that they were working with a receipt book, that receipt book is returned to the head office and accounted for.
And what do you mean, Mr. Smith, by accounted for?
When the receipt book is returned, the issuing officer goes to the register and make a note of the book being returned by the senior or whoever has that receipt book.
And is there any check of the receipts that have been issued by at all? Is there any review of the book at all, or is it just simply signed back in?
That's correct, Commissioner. There is a review of the entries within that book.
And what's the position in relation to the use of receipt books now in 2021?
Repeat that question, Commissioner, please.
What's the position in relation to the use of receipt books in 2021 by customs officers?
Commissioner, currently, there are not much usage of the receipt books. The Treasury Department, like I said, is responsible for the collection of revenue. At each port of entry, there is a Treasury officer present to collect revenues assessed by the Customs Department. So 90%, 95% of the time, Commissioner, it's done by the J.D. Edwards system.
But receipt books are still being issued to officers to use when the system goes down?
Receipt books are there in case of emergency situations, yes.
So in that sense, it's exactly the same as in 2015?
It's not exactly the same as 2015, but it's similar. Receipt books are issued to officers to use.
Commissioner, if I may.
Of course, please, Ms. Martin.
Just to add to the Commissioner of Customs statement, as it relates to the issuing of manual receipt books, this is now done directly from the Treasury. Once manual receipts are written up, it's then entered into the JD Edwards. For special units, if I can recall proper, the responsible persons for these receipt books would have to turn them into Treasury for review. So it goes through that review process on a weekly, when it's used basis.
So if an officer has to use the manual receipt book, will they then be required to turn it over to the Treasury Department so that the Treasury Department then conducts a check as to how it's been used?
It is handed over to the cashier at the ports.
Yes.
It's entered into JD Edwards, and then it's turned to the Treasury for further checks and balances.
So it's not up to the officer anymore to make sure that JD Edwards is updated. That will be the cashier at the port that does that.
Correct, Commissioner. However, at the special unit, CAPS assurance, they are authorized to collect revenue.
So they may need to have their own receipt books.
Yes, and they also have access to JD Edwards. They are trained to process these invoices and aware of the current policies.
Now, to return to you, Mr. Smith, I mean, one of the points that was flagged up in the IAD, the Internal Audit Department's investigation, was the fact that payment was reported to have been made in cash. And we're talking $264,000. And they said that that was a red flag. Is that something that you would agree with, that it was a red flag? Or would you expect payment in cash where the figures involved are of that magnitude?
Commissioner, to the best of my recollection, I believe that if there's an amount paid over $3,000 or $5,000, the supervisors must be notified. Yes, that would be a concern. It would be a concern as in regards to the large cash payment, and a matter such as that would be referred to the other competent authorities for further investigation. Other competent authorities such as the FCU, the police department, and even the FIA.
I think if what we had in this situation was that a customer was able to produce receipts in relation to location A, but from a book that had never been near location A. And those receipts, the customer was able to say, showed that the customer had paid in cash. No record on JD Edwards, no record of the money ever arriving in Treasury. And so, but what you have is, therefore, that what follows is that a customs officer or somebody with access to a receipt book had signed and issued those receipts to the customer. That was in 2015. What systems do you have in place now to stop that sort of thing happening?
Commissioner, controls that are in place to address those issues from reoccurring would be the change in policy as it relates to the management of the manual receipt books. Commissioner, that is one. And periodic revenue audits, post audits on entries that have been processed and duties that has been paid. Thank you.
One of the
Commissioner, if I may,
yes.
if I may add, not just periodic, but frequent audits at the various stations, revenue audits we call them. Commissioner.
Given, Mr. Smith, as you pointed out, when you referred the Commissioner to your position statement, and it's a point, in fact, that's made by Customs in response to another report that we'll look at. Your department has operated with limited human resources for some years. The point that's made is the point that I raised with the internal auditor today. Customs had, in response to one of her reports, written that your department has been asked to do more with less. How are you able to conduct frequent audits when you are constrained by limited human resources and you have other demands on your officers' time?
We do frequent audits. We regularly go through the JD Edwards system to make sure that revenues are being collected. We communicate regularly with the seniors at each station. And in addition to that, each senior officer at each station has to produce reports explaining what is taking place at each station, in addition to in terms of revenue collection, issuance of commercial licenses, cruising permits, other revenue heads that the department is responsible for.
Commissioner, if I may add, the department also utilizes the Customs Automated Processing System, which we actually keep record of all imports into the territory, and that information is then used to conduct post audits and generate different reports to facilitate audits, revenue recovery, etc.
Can I come back to the CAP system a little later on, if I may, Ms. Martin? But the one final point perhaps on this to explore with you, Mr. Smith, and it's taking you back to the conclusion of the Audit Department's report, because what they said is there are other issues surrounding this matter that begs the question of whether other criminal activities are also being perpetrated. Now, when you saw that, what did you understand it to mean? What did you take from it?
Commissioner, when I saw that after reading the report, one thing that stood out in my mind is the statement with regards to quote unquote cash payments. That stood out in my mind in terms of having a matter referred to the FCU, as I mentioned, and also the FIA commissioner, in terms of possible laundering, money laundering cases, those sort of things.
And what the internal audit department's report seemed to hint at is that there may be other criminal activities going on within Customs. So was this investigated in any way at the time in 2015?
In 2015, no other investigation regarding that part within Customs, but we were able to, the internal audit team was able to identify the receipt or another receipt from the same book, the same sequence number, if I may, that was linked to another activity that would have taken place in 2011.
But given what you've just said about the payment of large sums in cash raised for you, a possibility of money laundering, you had been monitoring and had over 2 years a drop in revenue in terms of imports that your internal audit unit had picked up on. You had this specific example, which your own investigation had been verified by the internal audit department, and you then referred it to the appropriate authority. But are you saying, Mr. Smith, that was it? After that, the Customs Department didn't, off the back of all that information, conduct any further investigations?
In actuality, Commissioner, we began further investigation. We collected additional documentation. That information was collected, received, collected, and that was around the time the hurricane came and destroyed everything. But we did not continue further investigation after that.
So between, this is October or November 2015 and 2017, you then conducted further investigations.
Commissioner, conducted further investigation because the information that we received from the police with regards to the information received from the DPP, we were not pleased, we were not satisfied because of the amount of time spent on this investigation, and we thought that we had produced enough information for charges to be made.
But all the material that you gathered in subsequent investigations was lost in the hurricane.
A number of the entries meaning T12s were destroyed. We collected a number of the entries and they were destroyed during the hurricane. Probably about 90% of our records were destroyed.
Right. Can I ask you now, if you can put that file away, and then we'll just turn to, I think there is, I hope, somewhere, a single file which is related to and contained Auditor General's reports.
Commissioner, is this file labeled?
It should be labeled just bundle for hearing regarding the work of the Auditor General. It may be that may be the LibreArch file that you want.
Thank you.
Yes, and if you go to page 749.
Part 2 it'll be.
Part 2, isn't it?
You should only have one bundle that is Auditor General.
Yes.
It's all they've all been combined into one bundle for the witnesses.
It says
Right.
So
bundle hearing regarding the work of Auditor General.
it'll be one of the two bundles in front of you.
Bundle for hearing regarding the work of the Auditor General.
That's the one. If you turn up page 748, please. Yes, please. This is, I'll wait for Ms. Martin to find it. 748 is the front page of a report from the Office of the Auditor General, and it's examination of the Customs Department's import duty partial payment plan. And you'll see that the report is dated the 18th of April 2012. I want to try and hopefully just summarize it for you. But if you go, please, to 750. That's the executive summary of the report. And it refers to the partial payment. This is paragraph 2, partial payment system being introduced on an unofficial and piecemeal basis to accommodate importers who had difficulty paying the full amount of duty assessed. Initially done by referral of the financial secretary and at times elected representatives, but now, and this is at 2015, all applications were made directly to the Commissioner of Customs, who approves or denies the request. And what it noted at 5, that there had been a steady rise in delinquent payments over the years. And at the time of the audit examination, an amount of $486,125 was over 90 days past due. If you look at 753, and at paragraph 21, the Auditor General, in relation to delinquent accounts, made 3 points. Firstly, that the delinquent accounts were caused by importers who had paid only the down payment to release the goods and then never paid the outstanding balance. Secondly, you had importers who had started installment payments but didn't follow through to completely pay off the debt. And the third was where you had importers who had an existing delinquent account, but who were still granted additional credit terms on other imports without being required to cover the earlier debt. What was also noted in the report, and we see that at 20 in the same page, was that the Customs Department had not to date pursued any court action to enforce payment of delinquent payments. And then if we look just at paragraph 16, which you'll find on page 752, the Auditor General noted that amongst those who had delinquent payments, there were government employees, and they were usually expected to sign a salary deduction consent forms. But amongst the delinquent importers were a number of public servants indicating salary deductions were not being applied across the board. The next point, just to draw your attention to, is at 754, paragraph 24. Where the Auditor General said the pervasiveness of client non-payment suggests that the program is being abused and possibly being used as a method to evade paying full duty. Now, I want to keep this question to 2015. I want just to understand how that situation had arisen by 2015. Because if we look at 26, paragraph 26 on that page, it says the program began as an initiative to accommodate individuals and small businessmen by facilitating payment of substantial import costs via installment payments. It now includes a number of established business. In some of these cases, outstanding balances are so substantial that the Customs Department can be said to be financing business activities rather than securing government revenue. Now,
where are you, Commissioner?
Paragraph 26. If you look at paragraph 26, Mr. Smith,
Okay.
you'll see that at 24, the Auditor General had found that, that the client non-payment was so pervasive that that she concluded the program was being abused. And then at 26, that she refers to that's the paragraph I've just read out to you. And the point that's made is that the Customs Department can be said to be financing business activities rather than securing government revenue. My question is this, and my question is focused on the position in 2015. I want in due course to look at the position today. But why were established businesses being permitted to benefit from the partial payment plan in 2015?
Commissioner, because Commissioner, there's been quite a number of items that has been outlined here. And if I may, I would like to go through each item. I think there's 16, number 16, number 21, 1, 2, 3. There's also 24, 26, and 27. And Commissioner, if I would like to address each one individually. But before I do, I would like to give a history of the program. And the program has been in existence, from my understanding, over almost 4 decades, 40 years. In 2004, there was a review of the history basically showed that there was no formality. Things evolved, and there are no perfect system, but things evolved. In 2003, as Ms. Martin mentioned, when she joined the internal audit unit, which was internal audit unit within customs, which was a unit established out of the assessment of the customs reform and modernization program. We began to formalize the process. By formalizing the process, there were agreements in place that officers required importers to sign. And it's important to note that the Customs Department was basically the technocrats in facilitating requests made by the Ministry of Finance and the Financial Secretary. It is not a system that is, or a scheme as it is referred to, that is approved, or the Commissioner of Customs approve these partial payments. And also, we have letters from the Ministry of Finance where the Financial Secretary would approve these things. Applications would be made to the Commissioner of Customs, yes, because most people may not be aware of how the system works. What we usually encourage them to do is send a letter to the Ministry of Finance and copy the Customs Department on it, and then we can follow through for them. Once these requests are made and approved, we put the measures in place. We have forms that were, not application forms, but forms for them to sign, agreeing to pay the amortized figure. And those forms were developed in collaboration with the Attorney General Chambers. The forms were even further amended over the years when we found it challenging in some cases to collect outstanding. So number 16, if we may, Commissioner, number 16, you said it's not applied across the board in terms of salary deduction. And in some instances, that may have applied. Some government employees would state that their salaries are already accounted for once they receive their salary, and they would have asked for it to be paid by check because their salaries either had to go for a car note or a bank mortgage or whatever it may be. So that was.
Can I just stop you there for a moment? So breaking that down, Mr. Smith, are you saying that as Commissioner for Customs in 2015, you were not authorizing partial payment plans?
No, I did not say that, Commissioner. Commissioner, what I said, the Financial Secretary would authorize them. In some cases, the Commissioner of Customs or officers within the Customs Department may contact the Commissioner of Customs, and we may make authorizations especially for officers or employees of the government department to have payroll deductions, or for government employees because they're already working with the establishment.
So even in 2015, the Financial Secretary was authorizing partial payments?
2015 up until October 2021, we've had requests from the Financial Secretary authorizing partial payment.
The Auditor General, when she set out the history of this scheme, also suggested at one time that elected members could intervene to get a partial payment plan in place. Was that happening in 2015?
Commissioner, I would say emphatically, no elected official has come directly or instructed or attempt to instruct the Customs Department to issue a partial payment. Again, those requests, if there is any request from any elected official or any member of the public, they would have to go through the Ministry of Finance and the Financial Secretary.
And in terms of a form in 2015, was there a form in place in 2015?
Commissioner, there was a form in place. There is a form in place from as far back as probably 2004, 2005, that must be signed by the importer, agreeing to the terms of that amortization agreement. Commissioner, even in December 24th, 2020, there, Mr. Smith, I write with respect to the above caption matter, partial payment plan. Please note that I am, by copy of this note, instructing the policy unit in my office to handle this matter in consultation with Ms. So-and-so of the Ministry of Finance. I am approving this courtesy of partial payment to the
And that letter is from who?
Financial Secretary.
And is that from Mr. Fret?
No, the then Financial Secretary in
Mr. Forbes.
Mr. Forbes.
in 2020.
Was that Mr. Forbes?
That's correct.
Sorry, I interrupted you. So the position we've reached is that throughout your time as Customs Commissioner, the Ministry of Finance has been able to authorize partial payment plans.
Repeat, Commissioner.
Throughout your time as Customs Commissioner, the Ministry of Finance, the Financial Secretary, has been able to authorize partial payment plans.
The Ministry of Finance has been able to authorize partial payment.
Do you want to move on to paragraph 21 and what the Auditor General says there about delinquent accounts?
Yes, Commissioner, importers who paid only down payment and never honored payment plan for outstanding balances. Yes, we have seen some of that, Commissioner. Two importers, I will read these three and then I will tell you how we have addressed it. Two importers who commenced installment payments but did not follow through to complete payment of debt. Yes, we've seen that. Importers with existing delinquent accounts who were granted additional credit terms without being required to cover their prior debt. We have seen some other, Commissioner, but there's also what we have done as a department is a number of things. Number one, if importers, and there's been a few of them, who are in receipt of government contracts, we've had, through the Financial Secretary, utilizing the Financial Management Act, offset the balance. What that means, Commissioner, if an individual owes $5,000 to Customs and the individual is going to receive a payment from government, $10,000, that $5,000 is deducted. The Financial Secretary has the authority to authorize that and make the Accountant General or instruct the Accountant General to make that deduction. In addition to that, Commissioner, we wrote to importers to give them an opportunity to come and honor their obligation. In the event that hasn't been done, we, in accordance with the Customs Management and Duties Act, we began a program to repossess tangible assets that are delinquent. In the past couple of months, we've repossessed heavy equipment, taxis, personal vehicles that were in arrears. So those are things that we have done. Commissioner, I must say, I'm looking at this, but before I go there, Commissioner number 24 suggests, the non-payment suggests the program is being abused and possibly being used as a method to evade paying full duty. I don't know the intent of the individuals who the partial payment has been granted to or who they were granted to, but in the event that payment was not made, the department has taken necessary steps to recover outstanding. The program began as an initiative to accommodate individuals and small businessmen. I don't know how the program or what the initiative or the spirit of the program was at the time. As I mentioned, this program began over 4 decades ago. And I have an employee within the Customs Department who has served in the Customs Department over 43 years. And he can attest to the longevity of the time that this program, I don't like to use the term scheme, but this program has been in existence. Commissioner, if I may, I'm seeing a figure here that reflects $486,000. And And that $486,000 seems to be a number that's in terms between 436, 450, 486. But Commissioner, when we, in 2004, when we started recording everything with this program, not scheme, with this program, it was approximately, from 2004 till now, there was approximately $4.8 million in partial payment that was issued, that was allowed to enter into an agreement with the Customs Department. And Commissioner, of that $4,809,000, $4,382,000 have been recovered. That's a 91% collection rate, if I may. We have an outstanding of $427,000 at this point that we must collect. But I must mention that of that 427, $149,000 of that money was, which is between three importers, roughly 50, 50, 50, 50. That money is, which is 35% of the $427,000, that money was pending exemption or set off, offset by the Ministry of Finance, because these are contractors. The Ministry of Finance at the time said that they will offset that cost or that amount of outstanding against monies owed to those contractors by government. The Ministry of Finance, the Financial Secretary at the time would have written to ask for Customs to suspend enforcement efforts at that time, which will give them time to allow the process to set off or offset in accordance with the Financial Management Act. There's approximately $94,000 of that 427, where if we're not successful in collecting that, we will ask for it to be write off by the Ministry of Finance, because some of those individuals are deceased. However, if they are deceased and we know where the asset is, and if the asset is something tangible, vehicle, heavy equipment, then we go and we detain that asset because it's still on customs goods, not duty paid. Currently, there's one individual whose family member is deceased. That individual is now the owner or is utilizing the vehicle. That individual is fulfilling the obligation of the partial payment that was in existence. So we, up to last month, a few weeks ago, that individual came and made payment. $184,000, which is 43% of the $427,000. We have been in communication with the Attorney General's office. We've written to the Attorney General's office as recent as 2019 to get officers trained and assist us in taking these matters to the courts for recovery. Commissioner, to put this into perspective, we're looking at approximately $427,000. And in terms of the allocation of our resources, Commissioner, $427,000 over a 17-year period, that equates to probably $25,000 a year. $25,000 a year. And if you compare that $25,000 a year for 17 years, give you approximately $427,000. If you look at that $25,000 a year, and to put this into perspective, you have a Customs Department that's collecting, in addition to auditing, cruising permits, commercial licenses, temporary imports, those things. Put that into perspective, and you have a Customs Department collecting over $40 million a year. That $27 or $25 million a year That $427,000 is less than 1% of that over $40 million revenue collection. And if you break it down even further to $25,000 a year, that's 0.0001 of the annual revenue intake of the Customs Department. I say this, Commissioner, because if we were to focus primarily on that 0.001% of that revenue intake for the Customs Department, we would be missing the big picture, Commissioner.
Could I just ask a couple of questions by way of clarification? You said that the Financial Secretary authorizes partial payments. Do you as the Commissioner also authorize them?
Commissioner, yes, the Financial Secretary authorizes them in special cases. Number one, if I'm unable to get in touch with the Financial Secretary, and if it's a pretty straightforward case with maybe a government employee or payments are made or checks are deposited for the duration of the process, then yes. And
then you would do it.
Then I would do it.
But it's primarily the Financial
Primarily the Financial Secretary.
And what criteria does the Financial Secretary apply?
Commissioner, what I do know is that a request is made to the Financial Secretary.
We know the request's made to him and he either allows it or not, but what criteria does he apply?
Commissioner, I don't know what criteria is applied.
Because you mentioned that it's a relatively small amount compared with the amount of your income. But I mean, import duty is really pretty straightforward because the importer wants to import goods. He's not allowed to import them without paying the duty. So that's very, very straightforward. In these particular circumstances, for one reason or another, but mainly due to the Financial Secretary's authorization, the payment is not made, as it were, when it should be made prior to import.
Commissioner, you're correct. However, under the Customs Management and Duties Act, Commissioner, I think it's section 103, where it speaks to the manner in which the Commissioner of Customs can release goods, whether it's secured by bond.
No, I'm not saying that it's unlawful or anything like that. But when you say that you have to go and recover this money, you have to recover it because you didn't collect it on importation. Yes. And at the moment, this is not a criticism of you, but we don't know the criteria which the Financial Secretary applies when making these authorizations.
Commissioner, no, I'm not aware of the criteria.
That's fine. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Smith, can I take you back to 2015, the report that we're actually looking at? If you look at page 750.
In this bundle, sir?
Yes, 750. It's the executive summary of the report.
Yes, Commissioner.
Now, the report is dated 18th April 2015, and what the Auditor General says is that at the time of the audit examination, an amount of $486,000 was over 90 days past due. Is that a figure that you dispute?
Commissioner, we're talking approximately 9 years ago. And to be quite frank, Commissioner, I don't recall this document and I didn't have opportunity to review it. But the figure that you're asking me, is it the 486, Commissioner? $486,125 is past 90 days. Is that what you're asking me, Commissioner?
You dispute that figure?
The figure 486.
Yes.
No, I do not dispute that figure, Commissioner.
From what else you've said, it sounds probably as though it's right.
Yes, Commissioner, I do not dispute it.
Yes, thank you.
And if you look at paragraph 20 on page 753,
yes, Commissioner.
what the Auditor General has recorded is the department has not to date pursued any court action to enforce payment of delinquent accounts. Is that right or is that wrong in 2015?
In 2015, Commissioner, no court actions or no proceedings have been made.
If you look at
any, Ms. Martin? No.
755 then. In 2015, the Auditor General made recommendations, and that was that the partial payment system for import duty needs to be reviewed and needs to be developed and standardized. And she set out how the system needs to be standardized. And she also said it should be regularized through the Ministry of Finance with the guidance and assistance of the Attorney General's chambers, that government employees with delinquent balances should have the amounts deducted from their salaries in regular installments, and that the facility should not be extended, this is at 4, to importers that already had delinquent accounts. Now, in response to that, in 2015, did the Customs Department in 2015 make any changes to the partial payment system?
Commissioner, I must say, these recommendations that are put forward, and we welcome any recommendation that would help strengthen our processes. And we've taken some of them into account, into consideration. And Ms. Martin, you want to speak to any of them?
Commissioner, could you please repeat the question?
I'm trying to take you both back to 2015. The Auditor General made 8 recommendations in 2015, which you see listed at page 755. And my question is whether, in response to those recommendations, the Customs Department made any changes to the partial payment plan as a program.
Commissioner, off of memory, I can recall from my appointment in 2011 to the Internal Audit Unit that we have consistently made changes to improve and to collect outstandings. We have not carried any of the cases to court. However, it was plans for future recovery.
Can we look at the future in a moment? What
Yes,
I'm trying to understand from either yourself, Ms. Martin, or Mr. Smith, is whether there was any positive response to the recommendations made in April 2015 by the Auditor General. For example, on that page, she refers twice to seeking the advice of the Attorney General's chambers. Mr. Smith, in response to this, after April 2015, in that year, did the Customs Department go to the Attorney General's chambers for advice in relation to the partial payment plan?
Commissioner, and I will answer that, Commissioner, but you're referring to the A through G of the recommendation.
I'm referring to 1 to 8 of the recommendations.
1 to 8.
If you look at 2, okay, there's a reference to the Attorney General's chambers. If you look at 6, there's a reference to the Attorney General's chambers.
Commissioner, if I may, I don't recall exactly if it was 2015 or 2016, but we had a meeting with some representatives of the AG chambers to seek assistance as it relates to recovering outstandings. But I cannot recall if it was within the year 2015 or 2016. I can't recall at this moment.
Well, can we put it this way? I'll put it to you, Mr. Smith, first. Your attention has been drawn to the recommendations that were made by the Auditor General in April 2015. Do you have today any recollection of the Customs Department taking any action in response to those recommendations? If you can't remember, just say so.
Commissioner, these are what we're looking at on page 755?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner. Can I look through them, Commissioner? Would we want to start from number 1?
Well, I hope it's a more general question. It's not every day that the Auditor General comes knocking on your door. And it's just simply this. She made a report. You would have seen it as Commissioner for Customs. Do you have any recollection today of responding to the recommendations that the Auditor General made in relation to the partial payment plan?
Commissioner, the only one, because I haven't reviewed the 8th of them, Commissioner, but the one that sticks out in my mind is consultation with the Attorney General's chambers. And that is something that we do on a continuous basis, not only for the partial payment, but we have consulted with them on the partial payment in terms of recovery. We've consulted with them in terms of amending the form for amortization. So we work closely, and we have worked closely with the Attorney General at that time, Commissioner.
Commissioner, if I may assist the Commissioner of Customs. Going through these recommendations, my answer to your question, if Customs have put any controls in place to address these recommendations, the answer is yes. However, it was implemented over a period of time.
All right, thank you. Can I just caution both of you? I don't want you, please don't try and guess. If you can't remember if there was a positive response, it's better if just to say so, and that'd be more helpful. Can I take you to a different report then? And you'll find.
Could I just raise one last question about the last report? Various recommendations are made on page 755, which we've looked at. But the Auditor General, from the tone of her report, clearly wondered whether this was beneficial. She clearly thought that it might not be, because the first recommendation is that the programme needed to be reviewed if it's considered beneficial. Has there been any reconsideration of whether to maintain this as a programme?
Commissioner,
or I'm sorry to interrupt, or would that be a matter for the Financial Secretary?
Commissioner, that would be a matter for the Financial Secretary. However, currently, the program is halted, suspended, as we try to recover or try to lower the debt some more. We've lowered it 91%, but we're still working. Our aim is 100%. Whether we get there, we will try. We will definitely try to get there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry, Mr. Wright.
Yes, no, we can put that report to one side and you can close that file and put it to one side. And we need to go back to the internal auditors' reports.
Commissioner, and that's part 2.
This time we'll have to go to part 3.
Thank you.
If you go in part 3, turn up page 2330.
2330.
Part 3?
Yes, please. If part 3's first page should be 2085. And if you go through then to 2330. This, we're now, it's a letter from the Director of Internal Audit, and it's dated December 13th, 2020. And in 2019 and 2020, the Director of Internal Audit did an audit of the partial payment program and of the courier clearance operations, and those were split into 2. And so the report that we see here is dated December 2020, but has as an addendum the report on partial payments and the partial payment program. So if we look at that and you go to 2360, this is the Acting Commissioner, Her Majesty's Customs, October 7th, 2019. Mr. Smith, previously you've explained to the Commissioner that you stepped away from the role of Commissioner of Customs for some time. So at this time, you would not have been in the role of Commissioner of Customs, is that right?
That's correct, Commissioner.
I think it was August 2020 you came back into the job.
Correct, Commissioner.
Now, if we look at 2360, that what's explained there, it's the letter that explains that the audit department did, if you like, a two-stage audit, and the first part being of the partial payment program. If you go to the background section at the bottom, what's written there is that over the years, HM Customs has approved requests from importers to make payments of the assessed custom duty through partial payments on large valued items. Initially, this courtesy was only afforded to government employees as repayment could be easily managed through salary deductions. However, the program has evolved and now includes any importer approved by the commissioner or an authorized officer to make custom duty payments through partial installment payments. A down payment on the assessed duty is required and the balance is paid in installment payments over a defined period. Now, what's elsewhere in the report, what the internal auditor clarifies is, and the understanding it's given is that it is the customs commissioner who give authority for someone to be able to use the partial payment program. The report doesn't mention the role of the financial secretary, but it's your evidence, as we understand it, Mr. Smith, that in fact it's the financial secretary that is making the decision, not the customs commissioner. Is that right?
Commissioner, as I stated, the financial secretary authorized a partial payment. In cases, there are cases where customs has authorized partial payment, but it's primarily, they're referred primarily to the financial secretary. And also, Commissioner, if I may, as you were reading this document, it says here that the partial payment was afforded to government employees only, but in the report from the Auditor General, it says that partial payment was for businesses or for business to provide opportunities for businesses.
I think, to be fair to the internal auditor, she's giving there the background, and she says initially this courtesy, and so it expanded. But we can see that because if we go to page 2361 and look at the facts and figures findings.
Commissioner, if I may interrupt, to address the question as it relates, or your comments as it relates to the Commissioner of Customs and Assistant Commissioners giving approval to partial payments. I would like to correct that. The Commissioner authorizes or has authorized for the partial payment. It would then now be for, in the absence of the Commissioner, under his authorization, they will then approve it. So it still comes as the approval through the Commissioner of Customs.
But Mr. Smith said that it's mainly the financial secretary who approves it. He does approve some of them occasionally, but it's the financial secretary who approves most of them.
Correct. But in the event, Commissioner, where if it's signed by an assistant or a deputy, they're signing or executing
On your behalf.
for the Commissioner.
No,
of
I
Customs.
understand that. Yes.
Just like any other document within any of the stations, it says Commissioner of Customs, but the officers
Sign it on your
execute
behalf.
on behalf of the Commissioner of Customs.
Yeah, I understand that. Thank you.
Let's try and summarize this and look at some of the points that the internal auditor found in October 2019. If you look under facts and figures on page 2361, the internal audit identified as of June the 1st, 2019, a balance outstanding based on information provided by HM Customs of $490,145.60. which spanned a period of 1996 to 2019. If you look at the next page, 4, and what I'd point out to you both is that that figure of 490,000 odd is not dissimilar to the figure that the Auditor General found in 2015. If you look at 4, it says that partial payments have been approved for multiple T12s, that's the form that's used, for the same importer. The decision to approve the subsequent partial payment was made even though the importer was delinquent in his payments on a previous agreement. Now that is a point that the Auditor General also identified in 2015. If you look at 2364, at D and E, another point that the internal auditor picked up on was that there were government employees that were paying through salary deductions while others were allowed to make direct payments to the customs department. And what the internal auditor said was that that second option, not mandating salary deductions, meant that there was less control over recovery. And if you jump back to 2363, at C, what the internal audit showed was between 2004 to present, the program has an average of 47% outstanding of duties to be collected. From 2004 through 2010, the program suffered an average of 64% delinquency. Given the duration of time that has elapsed, the nature of the imported item and the deficiencies in the agreement, it may be difficult for HM Customs to recover these outstanding balances. And it refers to an opinion of the Attorney General's chambers that recovery may be limited by the limitation ordinance. And if you conclude, look at the bottom of that paragraph, it says, based on this opinion, the government may be statute barred from recovering approximately $265,411.02. And so what the point is being made, as the Auditor General made in 2015, was that there had been no real attempt by the Customs Department to recover, and that you would now have to write off $265,000. Now, I accept, Mr. Smith, your point about the amount of revenue that goes through customs and the amount of revenue it collects. But on any view, $265,000 is a significant sum of money to an ordinary member of the public. And doesn't it appear, if you compare the findings that the Auditor General had in 2015 and the findings in 2019, that over that 4-year period, nothing really had changed, had it? Would you accept that?
No, Commissioner, I wouldn't accept that at all. Commissioner, in 2012, 2015, 20, whatever partial payments were issued, so the rates would increase, the rates would fluctuate. It would increase, it would decrease, but there would be a constant movement in terms of the balance that was carried. Commissioner, I went through a lengthy presentation outlining the amount of revenue that was allowed to go on partial payment. And I emphasize, Commissioner, the percentage in terms of collection. I also emphasize, Commissioner, the amount that is outstanding. And Commissioner, I also went a step further to break it down percentage-wise to let you know the percentage outstanding, the percentage that are still pending or waiting for set-off, which is under the Financial Management and Duty Financial Management Act, which the Financial Secretary have the authority to set off. This equates to $149,000. So, Commissioner, in my previous presentation, I outlined everything and the efforts that were made in terms of setting off of certain monies owed to the government by some members who have received partial payment. That process was, I thought, was clearly articulated in terms of what is owed and how it's being collected, and meetings being held with the Attorney General in terms of taking some of these delinquent files to the Attorney General chambers and initiate court proceedings to attempt to recover this. I also mentioned that there are some that may be in a position to be for write-off. Individuals may have passed or deceased individuals. We have to identify where these assets are. Once we do that, we'll begin proceedings to collect them. If we can't, then we'll give advice to the financial secretary to have those offset. I said there are some people, there's someone who has taken over the payment plan for a deceased family member because they're now in possession of this asset. In addition to this, Commissioner, when partial payment issued, especially on tangible assets such as heavy equipment, vehicles, there's a customs interest form that is lodged with the Department of Motor Vehicles. So that prevents the sale or transfer of that vehicle or asset legally, because that interest form is there until the full debt is settled with customs. So there have been rigorous campaign to collect outstanding. We have been successful, and we've explained the number of the outstanding and what should be set off and what we're waiting on.
But there are a number of problems, aren't there, Mr. Smith? One is because most of the decisions to authorize partial payment are made by the financial secretary. We don't know the criteria that the financial secretary applies. But in terms of the program, as you call it, as the internal auditor says, I mean, perhaps because we don't know what the program is designed to do, there are no performance measures. You cannot say, if there are no performance measures, you cannot say this is a worthwhile program, because we don't know what to assess it against. And I appreciate that you may have taken measures to try and recover some of this money. But if you have a look at paragraph 10 of the internal auditor's report on page 2365, what she says is performance measures have not been developed, nor have the performance of the program been, nor has the performance of the program been evaluated. The program is simply administered on an ad hoc basis without any review to determine whether it's achieving the desired objects for its existence. We don't know what the desired objects are, but if we did, there would be no assessment against them. That's her point.
Correct. I understand that, Commissioner, and I don't know the intended objective of the program. However, once the partial payment, as the technocrat on the ground and the agency to implement or put the mechanism in place, what we can see is in terms of collection, and that's our aim, is revenue collection of the outstanding in that time period. We've recovered approximately 91%, but I do not know what the intended objective of the program was. And this program, like I said, been in existence for at least 4 decades.
No, thank you very much.
If you look at 2389.
Commissioner, if I may.
Yes.
Just to address certain concerns or points made in the audit 2019 that was highlighted. 1, multiple T12s. Please note that the balances, that the outstandings also have accounts that was established prior to 2015. So it would see a repetition there of the same information. Government, what was the next one? Government workers not having salary deductions, again, repetition. Although we try to restrict offering partial payments to government workers, there were some exemptions, authorizations through Ministry of Finance and so forth. And what was the next point? Sorry.
Well, what I was trying to draw together was that some of the findings that the Auditor General made in 2015 are findings that the internal auditor is making in 2019. So the same amount, similar level of is outstanding. There is people who are delinquent are still being approved for partial payments, that government employees are not all salary deducted, and that as of 2019, Customs had yet to make any real effort to recover sums of money, such that in the internal auditor's opinion, you were going to have to write off $265,000.
Okay. Commissioner, like I stated, the information or the findings would reflect the same because of the previous outstandings from 2015 go back, which currently 47% of the outstanding speaks to those outstandings, which we have tried through actions through the FS to offset or exempt, and to review the 22% through detention once we can identify the items, and through communications, which would then bring us to 203,000. However, 22% of that total, we are still making attempts to collect them.
I mean, if you look at 2362, one of the points that the 2362, one of the points picked up in the internal audit was that inadequate information is collected on importers approved to make partial payments to aid in monitoring the installment plans. The department usually only collects a telephone number and only recently began collecting forms of identification. And that, in terms of recovery, is another factor that makes it difficult for you to recover, because you don't have as much details as you should, or you didn't in 2019, about the importers. It seems to be that what Customs did was just have a telephone number.
Commissioner, again, I would like to say these findings were findings from accounts that was established as far back as, to guess 2020, 2002, where we had started recording the information in 2004. So from 2004, there was limited information, yes, but as we progress and try to improve the controls in place, we did start collecting more information, such as numbers, address, identification, and identification numbers of the items that are the commodities that are being placed on this partial payment system.
But that's not what the internal auditor says. The internal auditor says the department usually only collects a telephone number and only recently began collecting forms of identification. So it's not about just having a telephone number for someone who had a partial payment plan in 2004. It's about only having a telephone number for someone who had a partial payment plan in 2018.
Well, Commissioner, I'm not sure where the fax is for that. However, I do have files that have numbers, address, names of persons, and item numbers, identification numbers.
Commissioner, I think we've been going for quite a while. I wonder if we could have a short break just for the stenographer.
Yes, certainly. 5 minutes, Mr. Rowe. We'll just have a 5-minute break for the stenographer. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Rowan.
Thank you. Could we just go to 2389?
Commissioner, I don't have that page.
You don't have it.
No, and I have to say I haven't got it either. I don't know whether Mr. Smith's bundles the same. Mine goes from 2382 to 2391. Yes, so we do have the same bundle.
Right.
But I think you only want to probably refer us to 2389 and 2390.
Yes.
That's the page.
Does Miss Martin have it?
No, I'm missing pages
Right.
2382.
Okay, well, I will. I'll try and soldier on as the one person with the document.
Could you tell us what the document is? Because that's probably on the first page.
What it is it's a response, a management response from the Customs Department on the partial payment program. So the internal auditor made a number of recommendations in relation to partial payments, and the the Customs Department then responded to that. And that's what I wanted to go through a couple of those just to.
Do you recognise the document, Ms. Martin?
Commissioner, I do.
Let me just take it as shortly as I can. The first recommendation that the internal auditor rather, made in relation to the partial payment system was that given the high default rate and the lack of a discernible business or economic value, it's recommended that the partial payment program be discontinued. Now, as I understand it from you, Mr. Smith, it's not been discontinued, but it's been paused. Is that right?
That's correct. That's correct, Commissioner. That would have to be a decision of the Financial Secretary.
What the internal auditor also said, it recommended that the Commission of Customs seek advice from the Attorney General's chambers on the recoverability of delinquent balances and employ any advice given to develop a course of action to collect monies deemed recoverable and to take the necessary action to write off balances that are determined to have a low probability of ever being collected. And you, Ms. Martin, are recorded as responding to that, agreeing to the recommendation and saying that a letter had been drafted and officers selected to train it to assist in court proceedings. So did you follow up? The deadline for that you gave yourselves was to follow up with the AG's chambers by the end of the first quarter in 2021. Did you follow up with the AG's chambers?
With the AG's chambers. As Commissioner, we have not been able to, as our resources are directed to border security. So in these times of fighting against the COVID-19.
So you haven't as yet been able to get advice from the Attorney General as to recovering monies outstanding?
Correctly, it's actually pending.
Well, Commissioner, if I may, did you make contact with the AG chambers prior with regards to that?
Commissioner, if I may, we have, as I mentioned earlier, I think it was around 2015-16. And then as we were preparing to follow through with our actions, then Irma came, and then we were misplaced. And then that came to 2018-19, where we followed up. And then we were faced with, that's where the actual letter was drafted, shown in our response. And officers selected, it was just to follow through. 2000, bringing us to date, this was done when? When was this response? Sorry if.
I think only Mr. Rawat knows that.
It's not actually dated, but it would have been probably after December 2020, because, oh yes, hang on, it's December 14th, 2020 was when the attached response to the audit report was sent to the internal auditor.
Right.
Just before we go on, could you help me with, and Ms. Martin, let us know if you want to see a copy of the missing 2 pages. But on the first page, you said that the first recommendation was to consider scrapping the program.
If you've got page 2366,
Oh, right.
that's the actual report, and that's where the recommendations are found.
Excellent. Okay. So it's given the high default rate, the recommendation was that the program be discontinued.
Yes.
On page 2389, I think it will be. Is there any comments on there, and who is the person named as responsible for corrective action? I know that Mr. Smith said this is going to be a decision of the financial secretary, but
in relation to the first recommendation,
yes,
the response is in the shape of a box, and the response firstly is agreed. The corrective action plan is recorded as follow-up with AG for assistance as discussed in 2019. A letter has been drafted and officers has been selected to be trained to assist with court proceedings. The anticipated corrective action plan completion date is given as follow-up with AG's chambers will be completed by ending of first quarter 2021, and the name of the contact person responsible for corrective action is Ms. Tashima Martin, Assistant Commissioner.
but there are no comments, particularly with regard to the first sentence of the recommendation,
No.
which is the recommendation that the program be discontinued. Because if the program's discontinued, then quite a lot of the other recommendations fall by the wayside. Not as to recoverability, but some of the other recommendations would.
Commissioner, notwithstanding that, we have put measures in place. We have created the application form, for example. So in the event that the financial secretary decides that it will not be discontinued, we have these forms as requested or suggested by the internal audit department to use to go forward with.
I understand that, and I mean I understand that you've your evidence is that very clear that you've taken a lot of steps to recover the money and to do the forms and so on, but at the moment we don't know what the purpose of the program is. And we don't know how to assess whether all of this work is worthwhile.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Rao.
If we stick to page 2366, I'll then read in what the response was. But at 2A, what was recommended was Customs develop and document policies and procedures for the administration of the program. And the response, again, with Ms. Martin as the contact person and the date as the end of January 2021 was HM Customs will develop and document policies and procedure for administration of partial payments. Has that actually been done, Ms. Martin?
Commissioner, that's correct.
Has it been done by the end of January 2021?
I can't recall the exact date it was completed, Commissioner.
So it's been completed. You can't recall the date.
Correct.
Yes, thank you.
And if you look at B, what was recommended was that.
And we all have B. That's on 2391.
Sorry,
Oh.
Commissioner.
We have this page because this is on page 2391.
We're on 2391.
The recommendations was that guidelines or a formula be developed and applied on a consistent basis to determine the repayment period, down payment amount, installation amount, and assessing the importer's ability to make such payments. And the response was that was being included in the policies and procedures. Has that happened?
We have draft. What happened, if if I can recall, I'm going off of timeline here. We had a rotation in February where the team was assigned with 3 new officers, and within a month or 2, maybe 3, review was done on the whole procedure of the partial payment, taking consideration the recommendations and the audit findings. And some recommendations were made in the event the FS decides to continue this program. So all is in draft form. Out of in the policies and the policies and procedures, the draft policies and procedures, we have an application process that the applicants would have to go through, a timeline prior to the arrival of the goods, and it continues, but I can't remember off my mind, but there are some policies and procedures and forms created to address the improved procedure.
And we see at C that the internal auditor provided a draft agreement from the Attorney General's chambers to use, and that's the you implemented the draft agreement straight away, didn't you?
Just to repeat, it's suspended.
Yes, I appreciate that.
Pending the completion of the actual new implementing of the new recommendations. So it's there in our reviewed policies and procedures.
Right. I mean, the reason I said that is because that's what you wrote at 2392, implement the draft agreement immediately.
Correct.
And then in terms of ensuring that public officers pay through salary deductions, the response, which again came from you, Ms. Martin, was that this was being done and you would follow up with salaries to ensure deductions can be viewed. And that was put in place, was it?
Currently, we are having issues as it relates to reports coming from the salaries officers in HR, who is responsible, as it relates to the amounts that were deducted. So we're still pending reports from the department.
And the last one, perhaps just to pick up on, is that the internal auditor recommended that customs write to the financial secretary concerning the outstanding amounts for deceased importers, so that a determination can be made to write off the uncollectible debt. And the point was that some debts don't link to the estate. And was that something that was done?
Currently, we have not reached so far in the recovery process. We had a recovery plan where we started with the most recent outstandings.
In addition, Commissioner, if I may, which I explained earlier, that that we are still in the process of recovery, recovering monies owed. There may be a couple of deceased that will be unable to collect. However, there, as I mentioned before, there's actually a family member of a deceased who's currently paying the debt. Those that are deceased, once we identify or locate where these assets are, then that will be part of the recovery process. In the event that those cannot be identified, located, then we'll take the next step and write to the financial secretary and let him know we've exhausted all of our options.
With a view to write-offs.
For the write-offs.
And could we just touch on F, if we might, and that's on 2395.
Yes, Commissioner.
It's recommended that the customs develop an objective for the programme and in turn develop relevant performance indicators to monitor its performance in line with its objectives. And that is again down to Ms. Martin by the end of the first quarter 2021. Has anything been done on that? I'm not quite sure how it can be because nobody knows what the objective of the program is.
Right.
Yes, that was not done. However, we would have to communicate with the financial secretary to see if we would continue and then establish those the objectives and the relevant performance indicators.
Yes.
So that would be pending as well.
Yes, thank you very much.
If I can move on to the second part of this report from the internal auditor, which was the courier clearance operations.
Where are we, Commissioner?
We'll take you back. I can take you to 2355, please.
Commissioner.
There was a substantial number of recommendations made in relation to the courier clearance procedures, 14 recommendations, and then an additional 8 recommendations in relation to the CAP system. And trying to take those as shortly as possible. What can be said is that in greater or whole part, the Customs Department agreed with those recommendations. It may be that we can just shorten it this way. If we take the Customs Automated Processing System, the criticism, and this comes from the internal auditor's evidence, from not just from the report, but the explanation she gave to the Commissioner today about the system, was that the system wasn't delivering on its objectives. And in particular, one of the difficulties it had was that reliance couldn't be placed on the integrity of the information held by the system, because what the audit revealed was that you would have information that was held on JD Edwards that should have been on CAPS, hadn't made it to CAPS. You had information that should have been on CAPS and hadn't been on CAPS, that CAPS couldn't, for example, deliver on its reporting function. It was supposed to deliver reports that could be used to influence policy. And so effectively that it didn't provide for the Customs Department an effective system that it could be used. Another issue that the audit highlights was that there was a reluctance by some customs officers to use the system. I can take you through all of the recommendations if you need to have that done, but would you accept, or you appear to have accepted the concerns that were raised by the internal auditor? First question is, do you accept that as of 2020, when the audit was done, CAPS wasn't being used in the way that it should be? And secondly, then, can you explain to the Commissioner what changes have been made since then to the system?
Commissioner, if I may, before we get to those two questions that you mentioned, I think it's important that we address. There were about 2 concerns that were raised prior to those questions that are asked at this time, and I think one of them, Commissioner, if I can remember correctly, is that the system is not functioning as it was intended. Is that correct, Commissioner?
2 points, Mr. Rowett correctly said that the internal auditor made. First, the CAPS didn't work, was not functional, she said, for 2 reasons. One is it didn't provide reliable statistics because the data in the system were not reliable. And secondly, there was a lack of training or a lack of ability in using the system. Those 2 matters she referred to.
Okay, Commissioner, I must say, is the system functioning, or is it functioning as is intended? and the system is functioning as intended, are there challenges or concerns? Yes, with any system. It's not 100%. However, the system was developed by IBM, and the system was developed to meet the needs, tailor-made to the needs of the BVI trading community. There was a steering group that was established, and we met the criteria that were required by the trade at that time.
I'm sorry, the internal auditor, I don't think said that the CAP system was inherently dysfunctional. She said it didn't work in customs because the data in the system were not reliable, and consequently, her words, the current usage of the system does not accomplish the intended goal of providing reliable trade statistics. And secondly, she said that there was a lack of training or ability to use the system by the officers.
Now, Commissioner, we will address those individually, but you said that the internal audit did not say that it doesn't function, but you mentioned some things that.
No.
So I'm just respectfully, I'm just seeking some clarity on this.
No, I'm obviously not clear.
Okay.
The CAP system as a computer system is fine.
Good.
But it doesn't function in customs because of two things. One is the information, the data that is in the system, that the system's fine, but the data in the system are unreliable. And secondly, the operators do not use it properly because of lack of training, stroke, inability or unwillingness. Is that fair, Mr. Rao?
Yes. Okay. And so as a system, I mean, the internal audit looked at it from the perspective of courier clearance processes. And you can see this at 2349 as an example. What she says at 2349 summarizes it, because the internal audit report said that CAPS was implemented to enable the government of the Virgin Islands to obtain accurate and reliable information to inform policy decisions. The audit found that the platform is severely limited in its reporting abilities. That was about functionality within the system. But what the auditor, the internal auditor, goes on to explain is that and gives a scenario. There's a significant weakness in the current configuration usage of CAPS. As our manual process revealed, 775 deposit trade declarations with a merchandise value of approximately $15 million for 2019, with an estimated 2.4 million in import duties at risk without corresponding adjustment declarations. Due to poor record management within the department, and the claim that some of the entries may have been completed outside of CAPS, the audit could not validate whether adjustment declarations were in fact completed and revenue collected on any of these deposit declarations. Some of these deposit declarations were several months delinquent. It's noteworthy to recognize that when a sample of the declarations were queried for one courier, the officer investigating found numerous other deposit declarations from prior years for which adjustment declarations were not submitted. Fact confirms the likelihood that there are a significant number of declarations in CAPS that were never completed. We suspect this issue might be pervasive as other entities outside of couriers also participate in the deposit scheme and a multi-year issue. And so it's just trying to make it, rather than descending into the specificities of CAPS and the courier clearance process. The point that one takes from the internal audit is, firstly, I mean, the point about poor record keeping is the point that's made is that in terms of retaining physical records, customs had problems. The point about record keeping within CAPS was that, and if one explains that the deposit declaration and the adjustment declaration, the audit couldn't match them up. And so what the audit can't do, the internal auditor couldn't do, was track revenue through CAPS. And her point was to the commissioner was that she questioned the integrity of the information in the system, which means that which to her as an internal auditor and as auditor raised the question that revenue was at risk. So that's the broad point. Now, in circumstances when the Customs Department has agreed to the recommendations that the internal auditor made, not only in relation to the courier clearance process, but also in relation to caps, it boils down to one simple question, Mr. Smith. Do you accept that the system isn't being used as it was intended to be used?
Okay, Commissioner, that's not correct. Yes, we agree with, yes, Commissioner, we agree with some of the recommendations put forward. And I must say that a number of those recommendations were actually recommendations made by Customs Internal Audit Unit as well, because we work closely with the Internal Audit Department and relay information to them to assist them in the auditing function that they perform with the Customs Department. In terms of, you said unreliable data. We mentioned unreliable data put into the system and operators, and I guess you mean customs officers' reluctance to utilize the system. I guess that's where we're going. Yes, some officers may have been intimidated by the utilizing the system, and we've continued to train and mold those officers to utilize the system. That has been a challenge, especially with older officers in the past. Unreliable data. Some entries submitted may have lacked accurate information, and that's where the review process comes in. And in addition to the review process, the post-audit process is conducted on some of these entries to ensure the reliability of the data. And if it's not accurate, some of those entries are returned to the importer for correction with queries with regards to the information that they're providing. In terms of the courier system, Commissioner, I will let and the deposit entries, I will let Ms. Martin speak to those.
Commissioner, as it relates to the couriers and the CAP system, in 2013, the CAPS system was implemented at the main cargo port, which was Port Purcell, to have declarations be submitted electronically. Over the years, the couriers' imports started to grow. Their processing were done at the outer stations, which were managed manually. And if I can recall, around 2015, 16, we started to see couriers importing through the main port at Port Purcell because their imports has increased. As we indicated that we made attempts, or we have started to have couriers submit their declarations through CAPS, so we can have proper, records of the imports as it relates to goods being released on bond. At the time, we faced, over the years, 2016, 17, 18, we faced issues such as the size of the entries, where the system was not accepting those declarations. So some processing had to be done manually. As it relates to inaccurate data, as it relates to the whole courier processing, through my recollection or even applying it to something, because of that challenge, management made a decision to allow the couriers to manually record the reports on an Excel sheet and put the figures on a one-liner, on a one record entry. So that's where we would have had the improper information as it relates to classification and revenues. However, controls were in place to ensure that revenue was collected, even though the system was giving us challenges to receive those submissions via CAPS. Later, I can't remember exactly when the system was made capable to actually accept those large files, but that was done. And since then, we have extended the reviewing or processing of cargo electronically to the outer stations. Mainly, we started with BVI, where most of the couriers were imported via air. And there too, we had some challenges. Commissioner. Lack of training and ability. One of the points made in the implementation of the electronic submissions, the department developed a central unit to review entries, which started, as I said, in 2013. Well, that was after, when did we do the center? Sorry, Mr. Smith, over at Corea. After Oma?
No, prior, probably 2015.
2015. Okay, so the implementation of utilizing CAPS for electronic submissions was done in 2013 at the major port. In 2015, we developed a unit, CAPS unit, that that included officers to review entries at a central point. And we tried to start to encourage the population to submit via CAPS, and it was being reviewed through that unit. However, over the years, we decided that we now have to extend it and have all stations and units responsible for the cargoes being imported because of the concerns as it relates to communication and proper recording of the information.
I mean, this report was at the end of last year, and this report on page 2347, recommendation 1, paragraph 2, the finding is
234, sorry.
I'm sorry, 2347, page 2347. It's paragraph 2, which is halfway down the page. Yes. The finding is the current usage of the system does not accomplish the intended goal, which is reliable trade statistics. And then it goes on for some pages as to why the statistics are not reliable. This was at the end of last year. The data in the system, it was found, were not reliable at the end of last year. Firstly, this is Mr. Rawat's question, do you accept that that was the case? Secondly, and I think you do, because there's no response to say that that finding is wrong or challenged in any way. But if you do accept that, what has happened since the end of last year?
We do accept, and we do accept, given the challenges that I just explained, and the changes that we have made. First step was reconciling all the bonds accounts. So that process had started even before the response in December, that recovery started. Before this response, we also separated the CAPS unit and we made it into 2 units. The CAPS unit that was made up of the programmers and the administrators of the system and the development team, data entries, and then we had the trader declaration unit that would then be responsible for the reviewing of the actual entries and managing of those imports coming in at the main port.
Good, thank you very much, Mr. Ram.
Can I take you to page 2337, please? This is part of the internal auditor's actual report. So the way the internal auditor set out this report was to set out findings and then below each finding make a recommendation. And it's finding number 2 that I want to draw your attentions to. The department has not established documented guidelines for the processing of declarations. As a result, there is no consistent approach to the processing of declarations within CAPS from officer to officer and from station to station. Furthermore, officers are allowed to select on a discretionary basis which declaration they process. The audit is concerned that this situation exposes the department to 2 significant risks. First, the situation promotes an environment for inappropriate relationships to be fostered, where officers can offer preferential treatment to importers in the processing of their declaration, which may include the offer of gifts and/or payments. The second is recorded as, given that it is alleged that a number of customs officers provide brokerage services, whether legitimately or illegitimately, as a private interest for supplemental income, poses a significant conflict in that officers may be reviewing and releasing declarations for which they had a direct involvement in the preparation, or at least may have significant influence in the processing of such declarations. Absent of appropriate controls to monitor, manage, and minimize this conflict, the current process is ripe for fraud. What I just want to ask you about the first 2A, the situation promotes an environment for inappropriate relationships. So this was in 2020 that this audit was completed. What systems did you have in place at that time to guard against preferential treatment being offered?
Okay, Commissioner. Systems that we have in place. So what we began doing is we began with a rotation of officers and to have frequent rotation of officers to, number 1, prevent relationships from building with officers and importers. We've also implemented what is called the port account management system, or port account managers. Account managers will be responsible for dealing with specific importers. They'll be assigned a number of importers. And again, this will be done on a rotational basis because we will not allow any length of time to create an opportunity for any type of long-term relationships with importers.
Commissioner, just to add, division of the CAPS unit as mentioned, where we turned it into 2 units, as well as a review of the entire cargo processing at all ports. Recommendations were made and equipment were put in place because lack of facility, such as tablets. Officers were trained at the various stations to actually utilize and review entries via CAPS, as well as following through with the releasing process. So in the new revised process, which we have trained and still have action points to implement, it shows a separation of duties where you have officers reviewing. Then it goes through, the entry goes through a verification process at the actual ports, where they verify information such as manifests, being on manifests, the person collecting the items if they are authorized, etc. And then after that verification, payment is made, if required, and stamped by the authorized persons. And then they would go to the cargo shed to collect the goods, which then there is inspections, and goes through another verification process and then released in caps. So training was done, and we still have more action points to implement, but that has been done to date.
Focusing on A though, taking each of you in turn, are you aware of any customs officers having solicited or accepted gifts or benefits from an individual or business that is doing or is doing business with customs, for example, an importer or a broker?
Commissioner, I'm not aware of any officers receiving gifts or payment from an importer for doing business with customs.
And when you say you're not aware, Mr. Smith, that hasn't happened in your time in customs at all?
Commissioner, I am aware that there may have been brokerage services, and I wrote to the Department of Human Resources through the Ministry of Finance to make a report on one of the officers, and that was roughly 3 years ago. That is the only one, Commissioner, that I'm aware of. But to date, I haven't heard back anything from the Department of Human Resources in which we wrote seeking disciplinary action be taken.
Can I come back to the question of brokerage services, because that's at 2B, but just it's looking at 2A, which is what the internal auditor highlighted, this risk of preferential treatment, which could include offer of gifts and or payments. But your evidence to the Commissioner is that you've never become aware of an officer receiving or soliciting a gift or a payment from an importer.
Commissioner, that's correct. And I also emphasize to the officers not to accept any gifts or any payment from anyone, because it would be seen as a bribe, and our laws and the Customs Management and Duties Act speaks against it.
And Ms. Martin, are you in the same position?
Commissioner, correct. I am not aware of any officers accepting gifts. However, I do recall some reports made assumptions that officers are. As the lead of the assurance team, there were not any information or facts that were given so that we can conduct a proper investigation. However, we did emphasize to the officers throughout the department that that is not accepted.
If we look at B now, the allegation that a number of customs officers provide brokerage services, whether legitimately or illegitimately, can we break that down? Are customs officers allowed to have additional sources of income?
Commissioner, customs officers to have additional sources of income must get permission from Human Resources in the form of a private interest form. That form is completed by the officer or any government employee, and that is actually signed off by the head of department. And the head of department is required to make comments whether it's going to be a conflict. If it's going to be a conflict, then they must indicate that it will be a conflict or not on that form.
And are customs officers allowed to either offer brokerage services or work for a brokerage service?
Customs officers, Commissioner, I know of a couple of customs officers have received trade licenses to do customs brokerage services. Once they make their declaration of interest to customs, to notify customs of the license and their business name, I don't see any way that you can prevent them as long as they're not engaging in any conflict. And by that, I mean processing, reviewing, processing, releasing any of their clients' entries or HMC 12 forms. But it is something that we constantly advised against. But I am aware that officers in the past have attempted to collect or receive trade licenses. And we've written to the Attorney General Chambers. The Attorney General Chambers basically said there's nothing that prevents them from obtaining these trade licenses, but they should not engage in any practice that would be a conflict or can bring the department or the government of the Virgin Islands into disrepute.
So
That's in accordance with general orders.
when did you get that advice from the Attorney General's chambers?
Commissioner, that could have been over 5-6 years ago.
And the
sorry.
advice was that you can't stop them doing it, but you have to look out for a conflict of interest.
Not look out for a conflict of interest. That part I communicated with the financial secretary, and I made him aware of such, and he said you have to ensure that it's not a conflict of interest. There was one officer in particular that attempted to get the trade license. I am aware that the Trade Department contacted me, asked me my position on the matter. They wrote to the Attorney General Chambers, and there was nothing in the law that prevents a customs officer from receiving a customs broker's license.
And
Commissioner, if I may
Yes,
add,
please.
under the Customs Management and Duties Act, in addition to those controls, the officers have to disclose this information to the commissioner if they're actually practicing or involved in any ways. In the past, we did not have a register, but it's in the plans to do so as we implement our code of conduct and ethics and disclose of interest form.
You are implementing a register, is that right, Ms. Martin?
That's correct.
What is it? Just the register of is it a register of interests?
Yes.
So it's not limited just to brokerage services. It could be any other interest that an officer may have.
Correct, as it relates to duties to be performed by an officer. So it can be interest in a vessel,
Anything
importer,
that's engaged in the trade.
in trade, etc.
But do you currently have a list of the interests held by officers?
Commissioner, there's one officer that made a declaration of his company, his brokerage company. There's one officer that I can recall that made a declaration.
But the point, Mr. Smith, is how can you avoid a conflict of interest if you don't know exactly which of your officers have a trade license allowing them to offer brokerage services?
Commissioner, we know of a few officers who has the trade license, and that information is easily accessible by making a request to the Trade Department to find out who has the customs, who are all the customs brokers listed in the BVI.
Do you have a list in Customs Headquarters, a current list of all the officers under your command who currently have a trade license that allows them to offer brokerage services?
No, Commissioner. And that's why we're going to implement the declaration of interest form in the very near future.
But until you do that and collect the register and develop your register of interests, you at the moment have it's unclear whether an officer is engaging in activities which amount to a conflict of interest.
Commissioner, whether you have the register or not, it can be unclear as to who may be engaging in this type of activity. So the answer to your question is it doesn't necessarily mean you have to have a register to determine who is engaged in this. But once it is detected, like I said, once it's detected, that matter is brought to the relevant authority, which is referred to the financial secretary, and the Department of Human Resources for disciplinary action if there is a clear conflict.
Why do you wait for it to arise? I mean, your earlier evidence, Mr. Smith, was that you were told that you couldn't stop officers from having trade licenses, but you had to avoid a conflict of interest. If you don't, within your own department, know which officers have a trade license, you are in no position to act to avoid conflicts of interest arising. You can only act once the problem has occurred.
Commissioner, within the CAP system, there's an auditing function, and that auditing function, we periodically review any entries that may seem to be some type of suspicious transaction. We follow it and then we investigate if there needs to be an investigation. If there's an officer, because an officer does not need to have a trade license to engage in brokerage services. And the term that's written here, I think they said legitimately or illegitimately. They do not need to have that trade license, but this is a practice that we have been discouraging for over a decade. And we've tried, and what we have done is we rotate officers, and we're continuously rotating officers to avoid that type of practice.
And the point that you're making about an officer doesn't need to have a trade license to engage in brokerage, offering brokerage services, is that because they could always use somebody else's trade license?
Commissioner, that's a possibility. No system, like I said, is 100% efficient, but there are ways that an officer may attempt to engage in this type of business.
Commissioner, if I may, the objective of the register for the conflict of interest would then assist management and seniors to better assess the conflicts, the risk of conflicts. For example, if we have a register, for example, if we have Officer A that disclosed that they have an interest in company B, which is an importer, we would make sure that they do not process any entries as it relates to reviewing of the entries, validating, or releasing of the goods. So that's the objective of the register in the near future.
That begs two questions, Ms. Martin. The first is, why don't you now have a list of which officers have trade licenses that allow them to offer brokerage services?
Commissioner, currently we do not have that list. And that information, as I stated, Commissioner, can be retrieved from the Trade Department tomorrow. And we will retrieve that information and we will secure that list.
Well, if you do that, would you be willing to provide that information to the Commission?
Absolutely. Yes, Commissioner.
And the second question, Ms. Martin, is that the use of a register is dependent, isn't it, upon officers providing you with information. That's right, isn't it? And what it doesn't allow you to do, as Mr. Smith pointed out, is to identify those officers that may be offering brokerage services illegitimately, perhaps using somebody else's trade license. You won't be able to spot that with a register.
We won't. However, once we have a detection, whether by a complaint by stakeholders, we would then do various checks to confirm the allegations. And if it is proven that officers are in fact doing so, then they will be penalized in accordance to the Customs Management and Duties Act, as well, including possible dismissal.
Well, have you, let's take the last 5 years, has there been any disciplinary action taken against any officer for illegitimately offering brokerage services?
Commissioner?
Commissioner, within the last 5 years, as I mentioned earlier, probably about 3 or 4 years ago, there's been no disciplinary action taken. However, recommendations was forwarded to the Department of Human Resources with a particular officer that may have been engaged in brokerage services.
And I take it from your earlier answers that because you're not aware of any officer accepting a gift or a payment of any kind, that there's never been any disciplinary action against a customs officer for that type of conduct.
Commissioner, as stated earlier, I'm not aware of any officer receiving a gift or payment. So there's been no disciplinary action taken against them. They would have been referred to Department of Human Resources again for violating general orders for accepting gifts. And also there could be charges again in the Customs Management and Duties Act for accepting gifts or bribe.
Would you accept, I take you would, that where customs officers are providing brokerage services, which creates the risk of a conflict, if that's not properly monitored, that would undermine public confidence in the Customs Department, wouldn't it?
Commissioner, can you repeat that question, please?
If we've been discussing officers providing brokerage services, and you've accepted, Mr. Smith, and that their being able to do that can give rise to a conflict of interest. Now, that's a situation which, if you don't monitor it properly, and if you can't monitor it properly, it can undermine public confidence in your department, can't it?
Commissioner, it can. And going forward, one of the suggestions that we've been discussing is to strengthen the legislation or make recommendations to have the legislation strengthened, where if officers are engaged in it, then severe disciplinary action should arise. If they receive a trade license, which is no problem, but they cannot utilize a trade license until they're retired or removed from the Customs Department.
Is there any reason why you've not felt able to push for that legislation any earlier than now?
Commissioner, the discussion has been had with the ministry in the past, not in terms of the legislation, but in terms of trying to have officers engaged in this type of practice to be removed from the Customs Department. But it's not just now that we're thinking on this move to have legislative amendment in the Customs Management and Duties, that this has been something that's been discussed over the years.
Commissioner, if I may, the risk that we're speaking about of officers conducting illegitimate brokerage or engage in conflict of interest, it is a risk, and our attempt is to mitigate that risk as much as possible.
It's two risks, isn't it, Ms. Martin? The first risk is that an officer has a legitimate trade license and is offering brokerage services, and that person might be quite attractive to an importer because they might be seen as having an advantage. So that's risk number one, which is about the public perception of your department.
Correct.
The second risk is someone offering the services illegitimately, perhaps through somebody else's trade license. And that, again, it undermines public confidence in your department, but also that they're much harder for you to spot.
Correct.
Because they're not going to come up and tell you, hello, that's what I'm up to.
Correct.
So those are the two risks. They're real risks, aren't they?
They are.
But isn't the first rather simple step to take is to try and get a list, perhaps by tomorrow, of all the officers who do actually have a trade license that allows them to offer brokerage services?
We do agree, and that is, like I said, that's one of the steps that we're taking. And the commissioner did say that he can get that list tomorrow.
Commissioner, may I have a moment?
Yes, certainly.
Commissioner, I've reached the end of my questions. Can I conclude, first of all, by thanking both witnesses for the time they've given to the Commission this afternoon, and perhaps, in fact, into the early evening. And secondly, also for the way that they've given their evidence today.
Yes, can I thank you both, Ms. Martin and Mr. Smith, both for your time and the way in which you've given your evidence, which has been very, very helpful. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Mr. Rowett, is that?
That's it. We start at 10 o'clock tomorrow with a new witness.
Good. Thank you very much.